نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل. لأجل عمان الغد.
الكل متحمس، الكل جاهز، الكل مترقب لتوين درفت اليوم. طبعا توين باتلز ذكرنا تكلمنا عنها بالامس ان توين باتلز هذا من الدرفت المفضل لاغلب الجماهير وايضا لنا. يعني توين باتل حماس فوق، التحدي كثير.
Hello ladies and gentlemen and welcome to day 2 of round 1 of the OIDC 2024 season. It is battle day. It's about to begin. We got our top 32 getting ready to start. There you have it. You can see the very technical layout that our judges have laid out for the grid this weekend, as we see that unbelievable drone shot here of the Muscat Drift Arena. Absolutely stunning facilities. It's unbelievable, like, what can happen here. These custom circuits are just crazy. But before we get into it, there is your qualifying order, your top 32. One of these guys will be taking the top step on the podium tonight. But who's it going to be? Is it going to be the returning James Dean? We seen him on fire in qualifying, but Sebastian Fonten was not far behind him, and we cannot rule out Juha Rintanen and Clint Van Oot, the guys putting in whopper runs, all getting high 90s in qualifying last night. And then we will not go without mentioning the local boy, Ahmed Al-Amri, in his S15. This guy is just killing it today in practice. He's one of these drivers comes alive in the battle, so I'm really excited to see how he gets on. So as we just start to get our first cars ready for the first battle, it will be James Dean, our top qualifier, against 32nd place Robert Bagagoni. And Robert having a lot of work cut out from with trying to battle, you know, James Dean, of course. So it's going to be very, very interesting. The sun is starting to go down here, but it is still an absolute unbelievable day here in Muscat, Oman. And it'll be interesting to see how all the drivers cope with the heat in them cars. But as we know, the later into the competition, the sun will go down, the temperature will drop, and it'll also the track level temperature will drop, which means the grip levels will be changing. So anything can happen. And as we say, just because it's drifting, or my apologies, it's drifting, absolutely anything can happen. So just in the corner there, having a look, we can see James Dean making his way to the start line, and we see Robert just entering the burnout box there. These drone shots are just unbelievable. It's going to keep catching me all evening here now, looking how absolutely perfect it is. And this layout the judges have created, it's a very unique layout. So the outer perimeters won't be changed, but we will be moving the clipping points around for different rests around. So round 2 and 3 will be on the same layout, just a little bit different. And don't forget, round 2 is coming in next Thursday and Friday, the 15th and 16th, with round 3 following up the following Thursday and Friday. We're doing 3 rounds back to back. It's going to be hard on the drivers. It's going to be hard on the cars, but they're well up for the challenge. So yeah, we see Robert pulling up there now to the start line. We are nearly ready to get our first battle underway, and trust me, it's only going to get better from here. The standard of driving this morning was absolutely insane, but it's going to be interesting to see how Robert Babagouche is going to do against James Dean, as we see James tearing down the straight, throwing it in nice and wide, and Robert is right there with him, maybe not as deep in the first zone as the judges would like to see, but he is not getting left behind, making a huge dive on the machine, James Dean. But James is starting to put foot to floor now, scraping a small bit of the gap as they come up to the wall. James bringing that S14.9 right out to the wall, carrying huge angle on that transition there, nearly caught Robert as well, as we see them come around up to the wall for the last line and over the finish line. What a run from both guys, and Robert doing a good job there to stay with James Dean. We all know James is really fast on this track, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens when we swap them around and we put James in the chase position and Robert in the lead. So yeah, just watching back on the replay here, and we see lovely line driving as per usual from James Dean right out to the wall there. Look at this snap, full lock, full throttle, just full everything, full commitment. You know, but would you expect any less from James Dean? So yeah, we just see the guys lining back up on the start line there, letting the smoke clear out of this absolutely stunning drift arena here in Muscat. So we're going to swap them around, putting Robert in the lead and James in the chase. It's only the first battle of the top 32, and it's only going to get better from here. So yeah, there we have Robert pulling up on the line. James Dean sitting that small bit back, just trying to get every bit of a run in. As our start line marshal waits to get the signal from our tower, he does. Thumbs up for both drivers, presses the traffic lights, and away they go. Second half of this first battle. Oh, Robert clipping some cones there, 3 cones down. James Dean's tucking in nice behind him. So we see Robert running a bit wide, doing very well not to hit the wall, and James doing very well with the overtake not to hit Robert. This lap just getting all wrong from the start there. Maybe Robert just a small bit eager, knowing he had a mountain to climb while battling James Dean, so he threw absolutely everything at it. But look at James doing the second lead line here. Absolutely flawless again, nearly a mirror of the first half of this battle. So yeah, I can nearly make a bold prediction on who got this one. You know, obviously Robert nearly going 4 wheels off there and James with the overtake, but we'll see now for definite here. Yeah, Robert with the 4 wheels off, so we will make the call. I'd say that James Dean will be going through to the top 16. Sorry, I was just writing down on my list here, and unfortunately for Robert, that will be the end of his night tonight, but we will see him back here next Thursday for round 2 of the 2024 OIDC Championship. Okay, our next battle's on the line, and it is Benedictus Cherba to lead in Haitham Al Haididi. Both these guys had engine failure yesterday. Cherba and his team got a new engine in the car before qualifying. Unfortunately for Haitham, he's blew up on the last lap of practice, so he was able to borrow Ahmed Daham's second car, which is still, you know, it's no second car, it's a good spec 180SX. And yeah, Daham giving Haitham the chance to continue in this competition. Haitham, a young driver with years of experience behind him, so aggressive. But he has Benedictus Cherba in that Eurofighter in front of him. He knows he has a mountain to climb, and he does not have his own car behind him. So it's going to be interesting to see how Haitham handles this. as we wait for our start line marshal to give the signal. 2 thumbs up from the drivers. The traffic light goes green and away they go. Benedictus Cherba to lead. Haitham Al Haididi in the chase. It's Lithuania versus Oman, as we see a beautiful lead line there from Benedictus Cherba through that first section. But look at Haitham Al Haididi right there with him. Steps back just to do the transfer. Sorry, my apologies. Just lost my train of thoughts. Yeah, but we see Haitham here now, right there with him. Benedictus Cherba throwing huge angle on, but maybe a little bit too early. It kind of brings him into the inside of the track. He has to put foot to floor now to try and get that car back online. Not the best run from both guys, but yeah, if you experience engine failure in qualifying day and make the battles the following day, you're just delighted to there. You're nearly on borrowed time, really, aren't you? So it's going to be interesting to see what way our judges score this one. See Haitham doing a good job there now, sticking with Cherba. Cherba on a lovely lead line all the way around. You know, the winner of this battle will be going up against James Dean in the top 16. So probably both guys want a shot at James early in this championship here at round 1. So we see Cherba now doing anything he can to get that car back online, the second outer zone there. So yeah, not a bad run from both guys. Okay, so we swapped them around. Haitham Al Haididi to lead, Benedictus Cherba in the chase. Traffic light goes green and away they go. Listen to the scream of what these cars as they tear down the straight. Thrown in big angle there. Look at this from Benedictus Cherba right on the door of Haitham Al Haididi. Gives him a little push coming through zone 1. Cherba just backs off now to allow Haitham to do the transition, as we see Haitham using every bit of power in Ahmed Daham's 180SX to try and pull a gap on the Cherba fighter, as he likes to call it. But Benedictus Cherba is right there with him, nearly pushing Haitham through the last corner, filling the outer zone, out to the wall. That is a good run from both guys. Wow, look at that. The aggression from Cherba straight out the bat. He knows Haitham's a good driver, so he knew he'll have to push. Very smartly just steps back there, allows Haitham to transition the car, kind of like, you ready to go? Okay, good. Now he dives in, straight up on his door, tucks in beside him. That is what we came here to see today. So we're really exciting to see what way the judges score this one. So yeah, we're just still waiting on the judges' result there. And the winner is Benedictus Cherba. Cherba moves into the top 16 to battle James Dean, and that is one I am looking forward to. Big up to Haitham Al Haididi, not in his own car, still managed to qualify, came here and tried to put a show on today, but we will see him back next weekend in his crazy S15 for round 2 of the OIDC 2024 season. Okay, so we move it back to the start line, and we have a man who had a very busy night last night. It is Nazarar Harbali. Nazar, unfortunately, his head gasket went in the second qualifying run last night, and him and his team, all his friends, stayed around up all night, got the head done on it, and they think that car is working right. He says he doesn't have full faith in it, but he's definitely going to give it a go. They didn't stay up all night just for that, but he will be going up against Salman Al-Sarf. Salman knows that Nazar is really, really fast. 1400 brake horsepower underneath the bonnet of that 180SX with an S14 Boss front on it. A very unique build, but strangely it looks unbelievable. So it's going to be interesting to see, will the head gasket hold out, or will Nazar start to experience some heating issues? So So yeah, Nazar to lead, Salam to chase. Okay, the traffic light goes green and away they go. Third battle here in our top 32. As we see Nazir coming down, absolutely throwing that 180 in, and oh, a bit of nearly over rotation from Nazir. Not sure what happened there, but Sarf does a very good job not to make contact to avoid him. So we see Nazir now putting the foot to the floor, using every bit of advantage to pull a gap. Huge power in that 180 SX, but he knows himself, he's an experienced driver, that first corner will put a big advantage to Salam as they go into the second run. But coming over the line, avoiding contact. Both guys here putting on a show for our entertainment. That's our hardball. Yeah, just looking at it there, went a bit wide. It was like he kind of came off power a small bit, maybe try and get it back on track, and does a good job not to over-rotate the car, but he did stall it up a bit, which created a bit of a proximity gap, as you see now on your screen. So Salam doing just exactly what the judges told him in briefing. If you fall behind, just stick on your qualifying line, do the best you can to get back in there without deviating off the line, i.e. cutting the corner to make the track shorter. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens on the second half of this battle. So as we wait to swap them around. So we have Nazir coming back to the start line. He will be in the chase position, and Salem will be in the lead. Okay, both cars on the line. Thumbs up from both drivers. Starlight Marshall presses the traffic light and away they go. As we see Salam now throwing it in. Look at Nazir Harbally. He knows. Oh, and Salam going fully off, bringing Nazir with him. Nazir doing a good job not to make contact. So maybe the drift cards just threw Nazir a lifeline there. He made a big mistake, but he didn't put four wheels off. So yeah, unfortunately from Salam or Salarf, it's just going all wrong on that first corner. Oh, and Nazir shuts it down. What? We were not expecting that. On the last corner. Our judges are going to have a tough evening this evening. So as we look back on the replay, we will see what happened. Yeah, Salam just came in very hard. Hazir has to grip the car up to avoid contact. Gets it back online. Thinking at this point, he's like, well, he went off, I didn't, so that's an advantage to me. Until just about here, I think. Was it just after the wall? He flicks, and yeah, just all goes wrong. Whether it's more engine issues with that car or whatever it is, but it just looks like he gripped up too much or lost all power, lost all drive. So definitely a tough call for our judges to make. And it's only the third one they had to make in this 2024 season. It's going to be a long 3 weeks for our poor judges. Oh yeah, we see Nazir out of the car. Car stopped in the middle of the track there. Recovery Jeep's on the way out, so it's not really looking good, I'd say. Must be more engine issues again, same as last night, unfortunately for them guys, but he has an unbelievable team around him and I'm sure he'll be back next week. Oh, the judges are going with it one more time. Will them guys be able to get that car going? That's going to be an interesting one. I'm sure it's going to be frantic in the pits there now around Nazir's car, so we will have to wait and see what happens there. Okay, as we head back to the start line, we've got Ahmed Daham to lead in Ali Al-Bushi in the chase. So two guys who know each other very well. probably don't want to be battling each other this early. Two very good drivers can take any battle on their day, so it's going to be interesting to see what way this goes. So as we just see Nazir been towed off there in the top corner. So yeah, it is Ahmed Ham to lead. It is Lalu to chase. Here we go. Oh, Daham clips the cone as he's coming down. Look at Lalu tucking right in there behind Ahmed Daham. Oh, and maybe just getting a small bit caught up. He has to stall the car to avoid going off track. Daham putting foot to floor, Mr. All the pops and bangs. This car sounds absolutely amazing, but yeah, Lalu just getting lost in the smoke, dropping back, and Daham now looks like he's on a qualifying run. Huge snap to angle there for the last transition as he fills that outer zone, as we see Lalu now cutting the track, just trying to get it in there. Both cars over the line. Not sure what happened here. It all went wrong for Lalu at the replay. It's like he took, or at the start may I say, but on the replay we see he is tucked in right there, and then he just stalls up a bit. I'm not sure if he got lost in the smoke or just came off power to avoid contact with Ahmed Daham, but unfortunately that little bit of a gap was enough to give Daham room to start pedaling that S14, creating huge proximity halfway through the track, looking like two single qualifying runs here now instead of a battle. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens here, if Lalu is going to be able to shake off Daham. Will Daham be able to chase the slower car? But when I say slower car, Lalu's car is not slow at all, so I just think maybe he possibly just came off power to avoid contact at the start there, and then just that gap was enough for Daham to pull away. And unfortunately for Lalu, the Omani driver has a lot to do here now on the second run. Both cars leave the line, and away they go. But look at Ahmed Daham now, he's just sitting there patiently waiting. He knows there's an advantage. His spotter would have been in his ear going, relax, calm down, it's only top 32. But that's not the Ahmed Daham we know. Look at this, tucking right on Lalu's door, as we see both guys coming through outer zone too. Ahmed Daham right there with Lalu as they come out to the wall, flicking back for the last time. Huge angle by both drivers, using nearly full lock coming in to the last outer zone as they come up to the last clipping point and over the finish line. Wow, fair play to Ahmed Daham. He did a very, very good job there chasing down, I don't want to say the slower car, but I do think there might be some sort of mechanical issue or something there with Lalu's car. He was a lot faster yesterday in it, and yeah, it just gave Daham a nice easy line to chase. So I think it's a bit obvious which way the judges will go on this one, but I'm not going to start making any predictions until I'm 100% right. So yeah, we'll just wait and see what the judges say. Look at this from Daham, nearly touching his front wheel off Lalu's front wheel. And Ahmed Daham gets the win, and he moves on to the top 16. Unfortunately, that's the end of Lalu's weekend, but we will see him back next weekend. So we move it to the start line, and we have Clint Van Hout, qualified in 4th position yesterday, and he is up against Daniel Magzov. S14 versus S15. Clint is on a mission this weekend. The speed of him in practice this morning, and he told me there's still a lot more pace in that car, so I'm really excited to see what he's going to do in this battle. Can Daniel put it to the Dutchman? Well, we're about to find out as we see both cars coming down. Clint, a lovely initiation, but Daniel is right there with him, maybe a small bit shy. Oh, looks like the car gripped up on him a bit. He has to stall to avoid Clint. Clint on a lovely lead line, exactly as the judges asked. Now as we see Daniel doing whatever he can. Oh, he's on the inside of the track. Not sure what's going on there. Looking like that car is nearly undrivable at this stage, but Clint Van Hout on a lovely lead line, touching the wall, nailing every clip very deep, just as the judges asked. Clint bringing it over the line. Yeah, unfortunately for Daniel, it's all going to go wrong. But we're going to switch him around now. And what way is it going to work for Clint when he's in the chase position? See here, Daniel, like nearly straightening up his wheels, ends up on the inside of the track, stalls there to avoid making contact with Clint. And then as they transition through the inner clip, watch Daniel, he just cuts right to the inside, but I don't think it was by choice. It seems like there's something up with that car. I'm not 100% sure. definitely be going down to ask him on the break after the top 32. But yeah, a lovely lead line from Clint Van Hout. And another lap making him more confident in that crazy 2JZ S14. So we just wait for Daniel to arrive on the start line. Clint sitting there patiently waiting. Okay, so Daniel has rejoined Clint on the start line. Daniel Magsoff to lead, Clint Van Hout to chase. Okay, we get 2 thumbs up from the drivers. Start line marshal activates the start lights. Light goes green and away they go. Oh, Daniel coming down hot, but look at Clint tucking right in there beside him. Oh, Daniel gone off. Big, heavy. Bang into the wall. Wow. Huge clean up there. I hope Daniel's alright. You know, there is water barriers in front of concrete blocks there, which would have deflected him out with some tyre bales. I think I do see the car moving out my window here, but Clint Van Hout using this lap as like another qualifying, get a bit of experience in. What a wall run there. Credit where credit's due, putting the spoiler of that S14 right on them concrete blocks, showing no fear of them walls. And Clint will move on to the next round. Hopefully Daniel is alright, as I see our marshal's down there with him. He is out of the car. Clint's even pulled back around just to make sure, is he okay? Maybe Daniel knew there was a bit of an advantage to Clint going into the second half of that battle, so I think he just pushed it a small bit hard, and yeah, unfortunately getting it all wrong. But hopefully there's not major damage in that car. I'd say it's just cosmetic, and we will have him back next week for round 2 of the OIDC 2024 Championship. So we have a bit of a clean-up on our hands now at this moment in time. So we will see what way both drivers are out of the car. Anyways, they're shaking hands over there. No matter what, no one wants to see it end like that. Guys spend a lot of money to get to these events, and you know, you don't want to see anyone crash or damage their car. So it's just unfortunate for Daniel going all wrong, but he's not the first car to go into that area today, and I don't think he's going to be the last. As the competition goes on, the speeds pick up, and yeah, there's just a fine line between a perfect run and in the barrier. There's only about a metre or so after that outside zone to them water barriers, then it's tyres, then it's concrete blocks. But yeah, as we see Daniel out of the car there, the back of that S15 is gone, but I think it's going to drive in, as we see our unbelievable track team here in Oman just getting them water barriers back into place, making sure the track conditions are the exact same for all drivers. You know, we don't want any drivers to get an advantage or a disadvantage. So yeah, we're going to just tidy that up, and then we will be continuing on with our next battle. And our next battle will be Tarouk Al Shahani versus Ihab Fala. So 2 guys know each other very well, and both guys want to make a statement here early days in this championship. You know, you want to get them points from the start to try and get in a contendership for fighting for the championship in 2 weeks time here at the final round. But yeah, as we suspected, Clint Van Hout gets the win. He advances on to the top 16. And unfortunately from Daniel Magsoff, it will be the end of his day there today. We will see him back next week for round 2. So we hear Clint's car absolutely screaming as it leaves the Drift Arena here in Muscat. So I'm just kind of looking at the damage here in Daniel's car, and yeah, it pulled in front, back and side. it's not really what you want, and hopefully he doesn't run over his bumper there the way he's dragging it in. So more body panels that has to be repaired on the week off here in between rounds. As we see the sun's going down, our grandstands are starting to fill here in Muscat. Temperatures are dropping. It's going to be a lovely evening. Temperatures today when practice was on of up to 28, 29 degrees. Very, very warm for a lot of the drivers. A few of the international guys were struggling there, but it's good to see that the temperatures are now starting to come down to make it an enjoyable evening for everyone. You know, we don't want the guys being tortured inside a car with heat and wearing all the fireproof gear and the race suits and the helmets and all. So yeah, absolutely. Look at that backdrop with the beautiful mountains here in Oman. Absolutely unbelievable. This Muscat Drift Arena is some location, some venue for any event, not just drifting. There are lots of events going on here. There was even a car boot sale here last week just before we started to set up. So unbelievable, like just custom built circuits, you know, everything's there. You can come in, paint whatever sort of track you want down. But yeah, all grandstands all the way around, and we see the grandstands are starting to fill up, the car parks are starting to fill up, and it's going to be a busy night here in Muscat.
الجهود التي تقدمها مجموعات الفرق التابعة للجمعية العمانية للسيارات والتي تعمل على إنجاح هذه النسخة السادسة من البطولة، والتي طبعا شهد لها بالكفاءة وكان لها دور كبير في إنجاح النسخ السابقة من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجرار. أهلا وسهلا بالجميع، كل الموجودين هنا في مسقط أرينا، وأيضا من يتابعنا مباشرة عبر البث المباشر على شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي من هنا من مسقط أرينا من عمان. بطولة عمان الدولية للانجرار تجمع الأبطال من دول العالم ليلتقوا هنا ويقدموا ما يسعد الجمهور، والكل يطمح ليختطف لقب هذه البطولة التي تعد واحدة من أقوى 3 بطولات في العالم للدرافت. مشاهدة سعيدة للجماهير، جولات نتمنى لكم بها السلامة والفوز لجميع المتسابقين.
Okay, so our track team is moving back into position. These guys are working tirelessly in the heat. Practice started at 9 o'clock this morning, went on to 1 p.m. Crazy temperatures, and these guys are out running around doing what they do best, keeping the show on the road, making sure all the drivers are safe. In my opinion, the marshals are always the unsung heroes of these drift events. But I can definitely hear Tarouk Ashahani's crazy V8 there. See it in the burnout box. Beautiful 180 SX, well presented car. Warming up, and we will get the next battle going momentarily as we see Tarouk there now making the move. This is just giving the guys a fair chance to warm their tyres, because you know he would have started warming it before that accident. We're not going to send him up to the start line with cold tyres, because that could just create more accidents. So yeah, Tarouk's just getting another chance there to rewarm his tyres and get a bit of heat in, get the temperatures up, and get ready to start next battle. Massive donuts there for him, absolutely destroying a set of tyres. I wonder will he have enough left to do 2 runs. So we just wait for Ehab to enter the burnout box, warm the tyres. We see his BMW there now. in the box, just getting some heat in the front and rear tyres. Get the grip levels up. We will be getting this battle going momentarily. So we see Ehab making his way to the start line. A new car for Ehab there. He's after jumping into a new chassis for this season, E46. He says he's clicking with it. It's just every lap he's learning it like any new car. Every lap's a bit more experience. So let's see how they get on. So it's Tarek in the lead and it's Ehab in the chase. Oman and Lebanon been represented in this battle here, and away they go. Tarek's just clipping the cone ever so slightly, but he didn't knock it over technically, it just rattled. As we see, throwing it in, lovely wide line, but look at Ehab, that BMW E46 stuck right on the back, thought they were going to make contact. Ehab cuts the track, puts the cones out nearly in front of Tarek, as he still climbs up on the door. That looked absolutely amazing, but unfortunately he did drop a wheel. So you see Tarek now a small bit shallow as he transitions for the last time, coming up to the wall, last clipping point. Ehab's right there with him, but there's a lot of excitement, but unfortunately there was one or two little mistakes. So you see, look at Ehab, huge commitment here, throwing it in, maybe knowing that he can be committed behind Tarek. This guy has been on it since start of practice yesterday. But here, look, throws the cones. Luckily, he didn't throw it into the side or underneath of Tarek's car. And then Ehab dials right back on, pushing him around that outer zone too. Tarek getting up to the wall now, and then a little bit shallow, maybe initiate a small bit too early after his wall flick. But both guys doing absolutely anything they can to put on a show for all our entertainment. Okay, so we've got one car on the line, just waiting for Ehab to return. As he comes into sight. Okay, we swap him around. It's Ehab the lead, Tarek to chase. Just waiting for a little bit of smoke to clear out of drift arena. And then we will be sending these cars for the second half of this battle. Okay, our start line marshal gets 2 thumbs up from the drivers. Traffic light goes green, and away they go for the second half of this top 32 battle. Ehab to lead, Tarek to chase. Ehab thrown in, going very wide, and another car in the barriers takes the whole back off that E46, but he still keeps going. Absolutely, fiberglass panels flying everywhere. As Tarek does a great job not to follow him in and not to make contact as we see them come out to the wall, transitioning for the last time. It just went from an E30 or E46 saloon to an E46 compact, just like that. And our track team will start to make the way over to pick up the water barriers. They said the last time, this will not be the last time tonight. So, Ehab doing a great job not to get the whole car brought in there. He actually stayed committed. Full throttle in is what kept him out of it. If he had a let off, the car would have gripped up and it would have been a lot bigger of an accident. So yeah, good job for Ehab there, but unfortunately he was dropping wheels, so that will be an advantage to Tarek. See the boot lid of that E46 hanging on. And your winner is Taruk Al-Shahani. We will see Ehab back next week for round 2 of the OIDC 2024 Championship. Okay, so we head back to the start line, and it is Ahmed Al-Amri versus Woka Saud. Al-Amri in the S15, Wokas in the Mustang. Al-Amri qualifying 5th last night there, just behind all the international drivers, keeping all the Omani guys up the top there. Representing Oman is Ahmed Al-Amri in this beautiful S15. Al-Amri, one of these guys, he's a very quiet guy outside the car, but he is a beast when he's in that driver position. As we see, sorry, I'm just standing up here to look out the window. The air marshals, I've just finished tidying up them water barriers after that accident. 2 thumbs up from the drivers. The traffic light is pressed, and away they go. Ahmed Al-Amri, Wokas getting left behind a small bit, but look at Al-Amri on the Wokas never initiated whatsoever and just drove headfirst into that wall. That was a big impact, that was. I hope he's okay. I can see the driver's door opening up and the driver is getting out of the car, but yeah, not sure what happened there, but unfortunately for Wokas, getting it all wrong as Al-Amri pedals that S15. Over the finish line. Yeah, I'm just looking out the window here, just making sure Wokas is alright. That was a big shunt here as we see the replay. Al-Amri came down a bit of a weird initiation, like he initiated early, dragging a handbrake well before the line, but Wokas, once he locked them front wheels, he was just a passenger in that Mustang and just going head first into them water barriers. And yeah, just really hoping that the damage is not that bad, as we see Al-Amri pull back up there just to make sure Wokas is okay. You know, no one wants to see anyone go out like that. So it's going to be interesting to see, will Wokas be able to go for the second half of this battle, or will that be the end of his day? Huge impact. Look at the bonnet, everything in that car. Just really hoping there's no like radiator damage, things like that, that will prevent us getting the second half of this battle. But just showing them, even though there's water barriers, tyre rails and then concrete blocks, it's still a fairly solid solid barrier to be hitting. So I'll have to get the recovery truck out to pull it out. Yeah, with the truck there now, I'd see Ehab will be going in the back of it, and it's just going to be one of them scenarios. If he will be able to continue, if he's going to call a 5-minute rule, we're just going to have to wait to see. Track team are going to be well experienced in restacking them water barriers by the end of tonight. That first corner, drivers are carrying serious speed into the initiation. Just shows if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. It's crazy because not many people have ended up there. We might have had one guy in practice today go in, but yesterday I didn't see anyone go in there. But just shows these drivers are pushing so much harder tonight. Probably have the cars gripped up, ready to go. They're riled up in the car, so yeah, it's just very unfortunate for Wokas, and I hope he'll be able to make it back out, that the damage is not too bad. As we see our track team now just recovering that car, straightening it up, pulling it up onto our tilt and slide. And we see Wokas with the phone out, you know, most importantly, do it for the gram. So making sure and getting the videos there going, well, sure, everyone else is going to see do it, so I might as well show them as well. Really hope though there's not too much damage on the front of that Mustang.
العضلات الامريكيه دائما حضورها في الدراج ريس مختلف عن الدراج. يعني ما بعرف اذا تتفق معي، ولكن دائما هناك يعني تاثير ايجابي للسيارات اليابانيه بالتحكم بسرعه المناوره، بالتعامل مع المنعطفات، بالانجل، بالانسيابيه وديناميكيه تصميم السيارات اليابانيه على مضمار الدراج. خفتهم بعد خفت سيارات يابانيه مختلفه جدا في حلبات الدرفت، بينما الامريكيه ثقيله شوي.
Oh, huge damage to the front of Ehab's car there, you can see it. Very unfortunate for him. I would be fairly confident that will be the end of his day. Unless they pull that back out, and if they do, I'll be definitely surprised. But I've seen worse though. I've seen worse crashes bounce back over the years in drifting, so never die attitude. But yeah, that looks like the shock's gone, everything's gone on that front right hand corner of that Mustang.
واعتقد انه ما في بيكون عندنا سكت كذا، يعني على حاله سياره مثل ما نشوف في الشاشه الحين. I guess it's يلا ان شاء الله الف سلامه عليك يا وقاص، وخلنا نشوف. لا التوفيق ان شاء الله لوقاص ولك، معلش ان شاء الله. إذا نتابع إخراج السيارة الآن من المضمار. طبعا هذه الجولة التي كانت بين العامري ووقاص القرشي، نسمع التشجيع والتحية من الجمهور.
So yeah, we see massive damage on Wokas's car as he leaves the drift arena. Hopefully he can come back next week to try and fight for a step on that podium.
راح يكون عندنا علي مقصين مع دينيس ميغل في السكند هيت، او خلينا نتكلم في الايت هيت الحين. الاكس هيت راح يكون معنا علي مقصين ودينيس ميغل. يعني ذكرنا كل المجموعات العامله حقيقه في هذا السباق، ولكن ما وجهنا تحيه لفهمي البوسعيدي مدير السباق. جهود مباركة، يعطيكم ألف عافية أنت وجميع الفرق العاملة حقيقة لإخراج هذا الحدث بهذا الجمال وبهذا الحجم وبهذا التنظيم. طبعا الشكر الكبير والأول موصول للجمعية العمانية للسيارات لاستضافتهم مثل هذه الأحداث الرياضية الجميلة، ويعني جهود جبارة كانت في تنظيم هذا الحدث. يعني قبل الحدث ما زالت الجهود مستمرة، نتكلم عن
Okay, so our track team have that area cleaned back up again, and we will be heading back to the start line for our next battle, 8th battle in our top 32, which will be Ali Maxid versus Dennis Miguel. Ali Maxid, our current 2023 OIDC champion. There's a lot of pressure on him this weekend, this season should I say, especially with such big international drivers making the trip over for the 2024 season. What can Dennis do to answer that question? Okay, so Ahmed Al-Amri will leave the line for the second half of this battle, but he will leave alone, getting a pass to the track just to feel the circuit out, giving him every advantage going into his top 16, getting 2 runs just like every other driver. So what a line from Ahmed Al-Amri. This is the driving we're used to seeing from him, throwing it out to the wall when he doesn't have to do it. This is an Omani driver making a statement here to all the international guys going, hey, I'm still here, and I cannot wait to see him in the top 16. there you have it. Ahmed Al Amri gets the win, but I think we already knew that one. We will see him in the top 16, and he will go against the winner of our next battle, which is Ali Maxid versus Dennis Miguel. So we see Dennis making his way to the start line. GT86 versus Corvette. The new age of drifting. As we await to get the signal from the tower, and here it is, 2 thumbs up from the drivers. Traffic light goes green and off they go. Maxid, Miguel, who will win? Look at this from Ali Maxid throwing in, but Dennis Miguel is right there with him, cutting a small bit on the inside of the track. Maxid's going wide, dropping a wheel, didn't make contact, it was very close there. As we see them now transitioning for the first time, pushing through that inner clip. We see Ali Maxid now on a nice second half of this run, but Dennis Miguel is still cutting the track, making it shorter in places to try and gain back some proximity to Maxid. This is going to be an interesting one for our judges, a little bit scrappy as they come through the last clip and over the line. Maybe both guys had a long wait there, you know, with the cleanup from the battle before and possibly just getting in their own heads. Dennis Miguel did very well not to make contact with Ali Maxid there. Just a drop back, let Maxid transition, and he makes the dive back on. But here he cuts very to the inside of the track, missing that zone completely, where Ali was right on the outer line, out to the wall. And from here, it was just Dennis trying to play catch up. So it's going to be interesting to see what way this goes. When we swap them around and we put Dennis in the lead and Ali Maxid in the chase. So as we see Dennis making his way back around, it's going to be a close one enough now, not a huge advantage to either driver, a battle of mistakes on both sides. So yeah, another one of them battles that I love to be commentating and not judging. Okay, here we go, start line marshal gets the 2 thumbs up, the traffic light goes green. Maxid is eager, look at him ready to jump the line to try and get as tight to Dennis Miguel as possible as they come tearing down. Well, look at this from Ali Maxid. This is more like the Ali Maxid we're used to seeing. Absolutely pushing that Corvette around the track, transitioning, avoiding contact. This is a phenomenal chase drive, but you cannot have a good chase drive without a good lead. Dennis Miguel doing absolutely anything he can to try and shake off Ali Maxid, cutting a little bit short on the clip at the wall, but Maxid makes a huge dive. Oh, and contact. Looking like Dennis Miguel just over-rotated on that transition, and Ali Maxid had nowhere to go. He was that close, he had to just go into the front of him. I think it's just a small bit of cosmetic damage. I wouldn't think it's anything major. It was a light little tip. But wow, that was exactly what I was expecting from Ali in the chase. That is more like we're used to him doing last season. Our current OIDC champion. Look at that for a transition. Absolutely beautiful. Drifting when it's done right can be a fine art, that's all I'll say. As we see them, look at this Ali there now. Now Dennis a little bit shallow here, snaps dabs the handbrake. Ali wasn't expecting him to slow down there, so then Ali had to slow, and then Dennis over-rotated. So it's going to come back to what the judges said in that driver's briefing, and as far as I'm aware, it is a full throttle zone, so this will be an interesting one for our judges. And this is only the first half of the bracket in the top 32. It's only going to get better from here. Okay, we have 2 more drivers on the line. Our next battle will be Sebastian Fonten to lead in Mohammed Al-Arabi. Mohammed Al-Arabi had a big impact in that 350C in the same spot as everyone else today. He went in there hard this morning, and the side of that car took a big hit. A lot of cosmetic damage. The guys are working on it there all through the break, trying to get it ready, so hopefully they did. But before we get to that battle, we're going to get the result of Ali Maxid and Dennis Miguel. It's going to be interesting to see what way the judges will score this. A nervous way for both drivers. Are we going again? Did he win? Did I win? Nobody knows. Well, there's 3 lads who are up in the tower above me, and they possibly know, or they could be having a debate right now trying to figure it out. Oh, the judges are still deliberating this one.
بشكل كبير نشوف من المتسبب في الاصطدام، ما هي النقطة التي لامست فيها أو تلامست بها السيارتان.
Judges still deliberating this one, as we're waiting for our score to drop in to show us who is the winner and who will be moving on to face Ahmed Al-Amri in the top 16. Every time our track marshal touches his radio, I'm like, is he going to say it? Is he going to point? Seems like... Interesting. So I'm going to just make an assumption here, okay? So bear with me on this, but to me it looks like our track marshals are getting some photos of the side of Ali's car to maybe send up to the judges as just extra information to see what damage was caused and what actually happened halfway through that run to cause that spin. But yeah, it's going to be a hard one for the judges to decide. They've definitely got their work cut out for them tonight.
اعطيني جواب. والله شوف كنت يعني كان عندي توقع كذا، كنت اتوقع بعد ما شفت، ولكن بعد المناقشات اللي جالسه تصير صراحه صار. طب متى تتوقع انت بدون المناقشات اللي جالسه تصير؟ عادي صرنا عادي. الموضوع يعني طب نسمع الجمهور. يلا نسمع الجمهور. نسمع تحية اللي يقول علي فايز. طب نسمع تحية اللي يقول دنس الفايز. واضح رأي الجمهور.
Oh, a nervous way for both guys. I would not like to be sitting in that car. Just give me a decision. Tell me who won. We're all dying to know. Are we going again? Maybe we should just send them again and see can we get 2 clean runs out of this.
الابطال المشاركين طبعا والابطال يعني علي من الابطال اللي كانوا معانا في النسخ الماضيه واللي اعتنوا منصه التتويج. سابق محبوب، سابق المتسابقين الشرسين والمنافسين الاقوياء في الرياضه، ولكن لجنه التحكيم هي اللي راح تحدد دينيس اور علي. ليتس ويت. بالمناسبه علي هو حامل لقب البطوله الدوليه وبطوله الشرق الاوسط العام 2023، وعلي جاء هنا ليحافظ على اللقب وليس ليتنازل عنه في دوري 32. علشان كذا المسألة بدك صعب تتوقع
I would love to be a fly on the wall in the judging tower tonight just to hear the conversations. Also as well, keep in mind our judges have a huge replay selection up there. They are looking at replay from different angles, zooming it in, rewinding it, fast forwarding it, slow motion, the whole thing. And we're just watching the two cars because theirs on an independent system, so we're not seeing what the judges are looking. But I have been told in my headset that the judges are going through this run with a fine-tooth comb trying to figure out what happened. So maybe they saw something a little bit different than I saw it. I just see two cars door to door and I just get excited because that's my job. And Dennis Miguel gets the win. He is moving on to the top 16 to face Ahmed Al Lamri, and our 2023 champion Ali Maxid is knocked out in the top 32. That is a big hit to his championship hopes. Okay, so as we see both cars on the start line, Sebastian Fontaine and Mohammed Al Arbi have just been sent back to rewarm their tyres. You know, they've been sitting there for about 5 minutes while we were waiting on that decision, so the tyres would have cooled down. So it's only fair to let them rewarm the tyres and give them every fair advantage as they send it hard into that first corner. So let's just see how they will get on. If memory serves me correct, this will be Mohammed's first lap since that big accident. That big accident happened at the end of the run-in, so it's going to be interesting to see. You'll probably see on that 350Z, the right-hand side of the car is mangled. There is not a straight panel on it. It took a heavy hit in there, probably one of the heaviest hits I have seen yet. So hopefully him and his team have got that, you know, square, that everything is aligned right and the car is performing the way it was before the accident. You know, we don't mind if cars are a little bit cosmetic damage, but we don't want to see it coming out now starting to crab and not giving him a fair chance. As you can see the damage on that car. The passenger door, the door on the right hand side, wow, that took some dent. I've never seen it. The 350 handle actually shattered. The whole handle itself shattered from the impact. Huge impact, but it's good to see Mohammed Al Arbi make it back out, but he has a mountain to climb with our number 2 qualifier. It is Sebastian Fontaine to lead, Mohammed Al Arbi to chase. Fontaine thrown in, lovely line, Mohammed Al Arbi, big twitch. He was very tentative coming in there, maybe memories of that first corner coming into play, but look at Sebastian Fontaine on a lovely line. Mohammed unfortunately getting it all wrong on the transition there. The car does not seem to be working the way it was this morning in practice, as we see Sebastian Fontaine bringing it out to the wall. Lovely transition, and Mohammed just ending up on the inside of the track and unfortunately getting it all wrong. Yeah, from my angle now, it looks like that car is not performing right after that huge impact this morning. So he seems to be really wrestling it though, even down the straight. Look at the back wheel there. Gee, the front wheel there, it doesn't look like it's doing what it's meant to be doing. So big up to him for not making contact with Sebastian, trying his best to keep it going, try and keep this battle in play, putting on a show for our entertainment. But yeah, just looking like that crash is still coming back to haunt him, and Sebastian Fontaine looking like he is going to get a nice lead run for the first half of this battle. But what's going to happen when we switch them around and we put Mohammed in the lead and Sebastian has to chase that? And Sebastian looks like the faster car in this moment in time. Maybe it just could be down to how it's been drove, but yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Hopefully Sebastian doesn't get like caught up in anything, you know, causing damage to his own car, or hopefully maybe Mohammed could just pull it out the bag here and absolutely commit the whole way around, sticking it on that qualifying line. Who knows? But we will find out very, very soon, because both drivers have gave the thumbs up. Traffic light has gone green and away they go. Look how slow Sebastian's coming out the chicane. He's not too eager to dive in there. He wants to let Mohammed get going before he makes his move, as we see Mohammed coming in hot and over-rotating as our cameras just flicker. But yeah, Sebastian has to stop drifting there to avoid Mohammed. Mohammed stalling up in the middle of the track, and just unfortunate for him, that big impact is coming back to haunt him. But Sebastian Fonten, wealth of knowledge behind the wheel of that BMW E36. He's in that chassis a long time, and he knew exactly what to do there. He was not been too eager diving it in. He could obviously see, or his spotter would have been in his ear telling him, going, dude, that thing's not handling right, be careful. So yeah, just here we go. This is where it all goes. Our camera dropped again, but we see when it flicks back, the 350 just gets out of the way for the E36 to come through. So fair play to Mohammed. He knew it was going wrong, and he's like, look, I'm going to get out of Sebastian's way. I'm not going to ruin his night. But yeah, there we have it. Our winner is your number 2 qualifier, Sebastian Fonten. And unfortunately for Mohammed Al Arbi, that will be the end of his weekend, and we will see him back for round 2 next weekend. Okay, so it looks like we're going back to the one more time. That is Nazar Harbali and Salam Arsarf. As you remember, it went wrong for Salam, and Nazar would have looked like he had an advantage, and just in the last corner, don't know what happened, but that car broke down and he drove off the track, so he didn't complete the run. To my knowledge, I think Saraf did the same thing in the other half of the run, so 2 mistakes, cancel each other out. We send them again, and here we go. And as Nazar and his team fix that car, as Saraf coming in tight, throwing it in, commitment behind Nazar. Nazar watching a small bit wide, bit uncharacteristic like we've seen out of him yesterday and this morning. But Saraf doing a great job chasing down that 180 SX with the S14 front, as Nazar puts the foot down now. Look at the smoke bellowing from that car. 1400 brake horsepower, an absolute weapon of a car. Speed of it here now as he starts to pull a gap, coming through the last outer zone as they come out to the wall for the last time and over the finish line. Both cars over the line, so it's not a bad first run. Still looks like Nazar is, you know, minding some issues in that car, probably from what happened in the first half. I don't exactly know what happened. I would love to know what happened, but I'm going to put it back down to that head gasket thing, because before battle started he was 50-50 if he was making it out to the first half of this. So yeah, will the car hold up for the second half of this battle and see can Nazar get a place in the top 16, where if he goes in, either one of these guys go in, we're not going to pick a winner just yet. We got another half to go. But whoever wins this battle will be facing Ahmed Daham. So that'd be a battle I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of Nazar and Daham. Maybe a bit early in the championship for that, especially in the top 16. That could be a final any day of the week. But we're just going to have to wait and see what happens here as we switch them around. So Salam Arsarf versus Nazar Harbali. Nazar to chase, Salam to lead. Okay, so you see Nazar pull on the line. Both cars switched around. Okay, 2 thumbs up from the drivers. Starline Marshall activates the traffic lights and away they go. Listen to the roars of both cars as they come tearing down the straight. Huge initiation for Salam, but Nazar's right there with him. Both guys filling that outer zone. Absolutely beautiful. Salam doing whatever he can to try and put a gap between him and Nazir. But as we see, Nazir is just right there with him, just tucking in all the power in that 180. See him stalling up, left foot brakes, doing anything to just sit it in behind him. As Salam does a wild transition for the last time, ended up a small bit on the inside of the track. Nazir doing a great job not to make contact as they bring it over the line. It was not a bad run from both guys. Okay, so do we have a decision? Yes, we do. And Nazir Harbali gets the win, and he advances on to the top 16 to face Ahmed Daham. That's one I'm looking forward to. Okay, so we move it back to the start line, where we have Victor Jonsson, one of the Swedish Drift brothers, and these crazy BMWs. They've brought over two identical cars. You're going to see both cars in battle action tonight. Victor being the first one out, and he is going up against Riyad Mabsali. Riyad was someone who impressed me big last night. His second qualifying run, he came out and blew everyone out of the water. Qualifying, where did Riyad qualify? 18th, not a bad overall. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what he can do with Victor in front of him in the lead position. So as we wait for Riyad just to make his way to the start line, we see Victor's there. Door open, fanning just showing. The international guys are caught with the heat a small bit, but yeah, just stop, take this in for a minute. We've got a BMW M4 and a Toyota Supra Mark IV on the start line, ready to go into a drift battle. Two fully built competition cars, two just insane machines. Where else are you going to see it? Only in the Oman International Drift Championship. But away they go. Victor knocks a cone. Riyad getting lost. Riyad, no! Victor hits hard, taking the back of that M4 off. I was wondering why Riyad didn't initiate camera angle change. He obviously seen something that I didn't see from his angle, which was Victor was coming in a bit too hot there now, if you ask me. So we see Riyad now taking that car out to the wall. No fear of damaging that Mark IV Supra as he transitions for the last time through the outer zone. Bring it up to the last wall run and over the finish line. But yeah, I'm just standing up here looking out the window there. It looks like Victor is moving. He is back heading into the pit exit, and our track team are heading down to clean up them famous water barriers yet again. As I said earlier, I think this is going to be a team of the night. Such intelligent driving by Riyad there. Like on the replay, it looked like he was getting left behind, didn't initiate, but from his perspective, we were looking head on. Obviously, he was looking down towards the first corner, so I'd say maybe Victor just came in a little bit too hot, and Riyad was like, do you know what now? I don't think you're going to make around that corner. So, yeah, very, very interesting there. That's a huge flat spot for Riyad from the handbrake drag over the finish line as he heads over just to make sure Victor's all right. And we will see if Victor is able to continue. Does he need to call a 5-minute rule, or will we go back to the start line? Absolute fireworks here from the start in the top 32, and it's only going to get wilder from here. But just having a quick glance over the battles that are in our top 16, you know, we just have James Dean versus Benedictus Cherba, Nazir Harbali versus Ahmed Daham. That's just the first two. Oh wait, then we've Clint Van Oot versus Taruk Al-Shahani. There you go. And then we have Ahmed Al-Amri just against Dennis Miguel. Like, if that's not a first half of bracket, I don't know what is. They're equally, all them battles could easily be a final any day of the week. So yeah, it's only going to get exciting for here, so make sure you stick around for the rest of the afternoon as we continue these battles late into the night here in the beautiful Muscat Drift Arena. We see just the temperatures are still up. It's still 20 something, I think 24 degrees there now at the moment. So just Riyadh's team spraying a small bit of water on the car. We're going to give them every bit of advantage to cool their cars down. We're not going to try and let someone damage their car by heating issues. So the Swedish Drift Brothers team would be in there now, pulling the back of that car off. It's all fiberglass. It should come off easy. Don't think there was big damage. I do think it was just like boot lid, maybe quarter panel, one or two little things like that. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what sort of an M4 makes it back out. But look at the track team. These boys are absolute experts in stacking them water barriers back up. This is like the 5th time they've done it, and we're not even out of top 32. So the later into the competition we get, the speeds are going up, which means the risk's up more. So it's going to be interesting. As we see our recovery jeep just held down there to give a helping hand, make sure it's all clean, all good down there. Everything's safe to send 2 cars back down to battle again. So yeah, we see the rest of our battles there lined up in the gridding area, and still some good battles to come, but no one is lined up there beside Samir Sabah in that E36, so it's going to be fairly interesting, as he is, that's why, because he's up against Andreas Lilja, and the last I heard, probably about 1 o'clock today, Andreas was looking for a rear subframe that holds a winter's differential for a Mark IV Supra. Don't think many lads that have them spare. Maybe Riyadh might have one there, you know. What's the chance of having 2 Mark IV Supras on the grid this weekend? But we do. That's the standard of cars here at the Oman International Drift Championship. There are no basic cars around here. Some really crazy builds and some really unique builds as well. So really hoping that we can get our other unique build, the M4, back out on track, and we can see Victor and Riyadh go in for a second time. I think Victor definitely deserves a fair shot at this. You know, his first battle out here in Oman, he was flying this morning. Them 2 Swedish Drift Brothers made such an impression on me. I haven't seen them in person before, and yesterday in practice I was like, who are them boys? So yeah, definitely want everyone at home watching the live stream and all the people in attendance to see what we seen in practice yesterday and this morning, because them guys were killing it. Just unfortunate when it comes down to battles, guys are going to push that little bit harder every time. And there's a fine line at the start of this track between a perfect run and hitting them water barriers. So it keeps the drivers on their toes, is what makes good drivers, and it keeps us entertained as fans. And it obviously keeps the track marshals very busy as well, because they have the water barriers stacked back up. Fair play to the guys, absolutely killing it out there. They're setting record times in setting up these water barriers. I think I might start timing them next and seeing how long it takes.
يعني 7 تحديات او 7 منافسات قبل لا ننتقل للتوب 16. متسابقين متبقين عندنا ايضا اسماء معروفه، اسماء قويه. المنافسات اللي مرت علينا كانت جدا قويه، والباقي الجاي فعلا يعني بعد هذه المواجهات ال7 المتبقيه للاسف سنودع 16 متسابق سيترك ثلث الحلم هنا، فهي الجوله الاولى من 3 جولات بشكل بطوله.
So I was trying to read what our marshal was telling Riyadh there, but my lip reading skills are good. It's just my Arabic that lets me down every time. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I think he was telling them, okay, leave the burnout box, you can go do a cool down lap. Or maybe not, maybe I think I need some confirmation now, but it looks to me like Swedish Drift brother Victor is not making it back out, and Riyadh is leaving the line for his second run, which means Riyadh will advance as soon as he initiates. What a wild initiation, might I add you. Just having to start off this run to lock it in, and it's looking like Riyadh will make it to the top 16, where he is going up against a man on a mission this weekend, who is Sebastian Fonten. As we see Riyadh leave the Drift Arena, and we're going to move on to our next battle. But yeah, Riyadh gets the win, and unfortunately for Victor, that's the end of his weekend. Our next battle will see the Irishman, that is Chris Brady, lead in Hussein Mesalani. It is an R32 Skyline with an RB25 underneath the bonnet versus a Corvette. Hussein, a good friend of mine, I know him a long time. He was telling me that it's his third weekend in this car. He's learning it lap by lap, but this morning and last night, his steering rack has broke his heart. He had to fully rebuild his steering rack last night after qualifying for it to break in the first run this morning. Get one lap in today. It was just dropped off the jacks by the time I came over here to start commentary. So I know as much information as Hussein does at this stage. So let's see what happens. But yeah, Chris Brady to lead, Hussein Mesalani to chase. Both guys tearing it down. Chris Brady throwing it in. The only RB25 on the grid this weekend. Hussein late initiation. Chris Brady washing wide. See Hussein now tucking right there beside him, but practically driving straight. This is a scrappy run from both guys. Hussein looks like them steering issues have followed him again, as he's touching Chris Brady. A little over rotation there. And yeah, Chris Brady bringing that Skyline right out to the wall. A very sloppy start to the run from both guys, but Chris Brady holding it out, connecting the dots and bringing that R32 Nissan Skyline over the line. We're going to look back at the replay on this one. A strange initiation from both guys. I think Hussein's steering issues has followed him into the top 32. You see here now, you can see the car at the front jumping. He says he's just taking his time to get used to this Corvette. It's not like the E46 chassis he's moved out of. But yeah, just this is where it all goes wrong. A little bit of contact, and then I don't know what happened. It was like the whole car just like over rotated on him, and Chris Brady drives off into the Oman sunset. Okay, so we have two cars back on the line. Hussein will lead, Chris Brady will chase. As we wait. For both cars leave the line. Hussein in the Corvette, Chris Brady in the 32 Skyline. Here we go. Oh, Hussein initiates wide. I don't know where he was going. I'm sure Chris Brady was thinking the exact same thing, but Hussein does a good job now to hold that car on track. Chris Brady just sitting back ever so slightly. Hussein clipping cones, driving over them. Very unfortunate. He's putting down all the power to try and get away from the Irishman, but Chris Brady with the wealth of experience is like, look, I know he's spun. I'm going to just stick behind him here. I'm going to stay there, but not too close, just in case. Yeah, another tough battle for our judges to call, but not the cleanest battle from both guys. Two guys, very nice guys, having so much fun. Delighted to be out here at the OIDC. And yeah, just this is where it goes a bit wrong for Hussein. He flicks on the inside, hits the cone, then runs back over the cone he pushed on the track. And now he's dragging that cone all the way around the track as Chris Brady just sits there behind him. Close, but not too close. But then it's enough. That's all he probably needs. Yet again, I am just speculating. I'm only a commentator. I'm not a judge. Don't quote me on it. But it's going to be a very interesting call for our judges. So the international signal of, can I do a cool down lap from Chris Brady there? That's what it looked like to me. So we still see that traffic cone stuck underneath the car. And your winner is Chris Brady. Chris Brady advances on to the top 16, where he will face the winner of Knick-Knack and Eggers Kroskis. Two Latvian drivers about to go at it here now in the top 32. Them guys did not want that. When you come over here together, pit together, you don't want to be battling each other in your first battle in the top 32. So we have Knick-Knack, we have Eggers in the chase. Knick-Knack, the higher qualifier, he qualified in 10th, Eggers in 23rd. Just get the cones fixed back on the track. So yeah, Knick-Knack versus Eggers Kroigers. Look at Eggers, he is sitting well back. He knows Knick-Knack is fast. These guys are literally pitting together, they travel over together, they're hanging out together. They know each other very well, they know their driving styles very well, they know each other's cars very well. So Eggers known Knick-Knack is fast, so he is going to take every bit of advantage to try and get a little bit more pace onto the back of that E36 BMW versus the Eurofighter of Eggers, or the Kebab Fighter as he likes to call it, throwing it in right on Knick-Knack's door. Lovely start to the battle from both guys. Knick-Knack on a beautiful lead line through that first section, hugging the outer line as the transition for the first time. Massive dive from Eggers as he climbs up on the side of that E36 BMW. Knick-Knack stomping on the front brakes now to try and keep that car in between the white lines, bringing it out the wall, but Eggers is right there with him, absolutely pushing the young Latvian driver around the track, coming through the last outer zone, out to the wall and over the line. There we go, that is what we came here to see. Absolute brilliant driving from both Latvian drivers. Two guys doing their country proud. As we watch the replay here, lovely transitions, great chase driving from Eggers. So he knows Knick-Knack is a beast in the chase position. So he's like, I got to do absolutely anything I can to make an impression here, because once we get going, he is going to be stuck to my door. I say I'd love to be like a fly on the wall in Knick-Knack's car, kind of be like, what's the spotter saying to him? What's the spotter telling him to do? Commit. If it was me and I was spotting from him, I was like, it's up to you, dude. You may commit. You may stick it on his door and not leave. It's going to be a tense few minutes in the Latvian camp in the pits, but both cars leave the line, and here we go. Eggers to lead, Knick-Knack to chase. Look at Knick-Knack, huge initiation, stuck right behind him, absolutely stuck to Eggers. Oh no, he over rotates coming out of first corner. Is that the second big upset we've seen? Knick-Knack would be a high contender for championship dreams this season, and unfortunately looking like he pushed a little bit too hard and over-rotated the car, as we see the Kebab Fighter coming over the line. Wow, that one there definitely caught me by surprise. That is not what I was expecting to see happen. Look at this from Knick-Knack, huge flick, like ridiculous flick at the start of that battle, and just maybe a tiny bit too aggressive. You cannot blame the young man. He had to throw absolutely everything at that battle, and wow, Eggers is going to be delighted with that one. Not sure, he probably like, where is he? I can't hear him, but assuming he is going to be right there, you know. So, oh, I want to see a replay there now, getting a bit closer, maybe see what happened, or just was it maybe Knick-Knack being a small bit too aggressive? Okay, so what's about to happen? It's exactly what we thought. Eggers Kroigers gets the win and he moves on, and unfortunately that is the end of the day for Knick-Knack. The two Latvian drivers celebrating together, showing their friends, doing some tandem donuts, putting on a show for the crowd here in the Muscat Drift Arena. Okay, so we move back to the start line, and it is Juha Rintanen in this unbelievable GT86, and he is going up against the local boy that is Ali Al-Shahani. Juha qualifying in third position last night, and Ali Al-Shahani just looks like he's doing a rolling burnout the whole way up there. Juha Rintanen using the whole 1,000 brake horsepower to try and pull a gap on that absolutely insane Silvia of Ali. But the gap is naturally forming as Juha Rintanen smokes the place out of it on a lovely wide line through outer zone 2 as they bring it out to the first wall run, transitioning back around. Ali cutting the track just to try and get some proximity. Unfortunately, that's not what the judges want to happen, but Juha Rintanen is putting on a masterclass in the lead position. Wow, what a run from Juha Rintanen. Just looking at this, yeah, Ali just cutting the track anywhere he can to try and get back in, get some proximity. But Juha just putting that GT86 exactly where the judges want. He was talking to him this morning. Juha was telling me he is feeling so comfortable on this layout. He says he loves it, the car loves it, it's working, everything's working, tyres working, the whole shebang. So he is feeling confident, and I still think he's a dark horse for today. Juha, a wealth of experience in that GT86 and just in drifting in general. He's a veteran of European drifting, so it's very good to see him out here making the trip out to the Oman International Drift Championship for the 2024 season. Okay, we've got two cars on the line. What is Ali going to do in the lead position, and what is Juha going to do in the chase? Because from looking at that there, seems like there was some sort of issue with Ali's car or something. That car just looked a little bit undrivable, or maybe just nerves getting the better of the Omani driver. So we just wait for a few cones to be just replaced at the clipping points, making sure every lap is the exact same. So see our start line marshal just looking at the front of Ali Shahani's car. I'm not sure if something's hanging off or leaking or whatever, but yeah, just make sure nothing's going to come flying that could cause damage or just an accident or anything like that in between the two drivers, giving both drivers a fair advantage at this battle. I think our marshals are just cable tying back up the headlight blank, it looks like to me. It's definitely not the front bumper because that's not on the car, but there we have it. No, just a bit of duct tape there now to hold in the headlight blank. It's well better than cable ties. Okay, 2 thumbs up from the drivers. Ali Al-Shahani to lead, Juha Rintanen to chase. Heading off the second half of this battle. Here we go, very slow coming out of chicane is Ali, and now he's using all the power to try and cause a gap, but Juha Rintanen has so much experience, and he also has 1,000 brake horsepower, so you're not going to pull a fast one on him that easy. As we see Ali now just shallow in a lot of clips, just trying to get from A to B as fast as he can, but Juha is on a lovely lead line. My apologies, a lovely qualifying line in the chase position, but no proximity. It's going to be interesting to see on the replay how all that ground was gained, because Ali Al-Shahani is just putting on a smoke show. Very slow out chicane, and then it's like he caught him. I'm not sure if he was trying to do some tactics there or what happened, but Ali was very slow leaving the cones and then put the foot down. So Juha would have been expecting him to leave there fast. He would have went fast, went, oh no, he's slower, let off, and then that split second, that's enough to cause the gap that you see in between the two cars on your screen, or proximity as we like to call it in drifting. So yeah, not the chase we would have wanted to see from Juha Rintanen, so it's going to be interesting to see what way the judges looked at that one. They would have a lot more multiple camera angles than we would have on the live stream. I was up playing with that technology earlier on today. Them guys can see absolutely every angle of this track. It's crazy the amount of different angles they have. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what way to score this one. And your winner is Juha Rintanen. So Juha Rintanen moves on to the next round, and that will be the end of Ali Al-Shahani's weekend there. Okay, we head back to the start line. Where next up it is Samir Sava. This absolutely insane E36. He is up against Andreas Lilja. Now, as I said previously earlier, Andreas Lilja was going around the pits online looking for a rear sub for him for a Toyota Supra to hold the winters. Not many people would have them spares in this pit, so I'm not 100% sure if he's going to come around. Only time will tell, but his battle has been called to the line, so if he's coming, he'll want to be coming soon. Or is Samir Sava going to get... oh, he is. There's the light gone green. Unfortunately for Andreas, he obviously didn't get that car fixed, so I'm really hoping that guy can get that car sorted out for the next round. But yeah, Samir Sabah just initiating to put a score on the board, lock in this run. He turned up, the other driver didn't, so it would mean he would advance on to the next round in the top 16, where he's going to face Juha Rintanen. Now that is a battle I am actually looking forward to. Samir as well looks like he's saving the car. He's not going full tilt, just probably doing exactly what he needs to do to register in this win. So as we see him leave the start line, and that will make that final. Yeah, Samir is just leaving the arena, so that will tell me that we will be advancing on to our second last battle of... Yeah, we're advancing on to the second half battle of our top 32, and that will see Haza Al-Husani versus Linus Jansson. So the second of our Swedish Drift Brothers versus Haza. My boy Haza in this absolutely insane. Insane is the word I can use to describe this S14. It is immaculate. It is absolutely perfect, and it is a weapon. Just screams out the engine underneath the bonnet of this car. Just ridiculous. I think well over 1,000 brake horsepower, fully carbon body, looks so cool, and Haza is well able to control it. So yeah, 2 thumbs up from the drivers. It is Haza versus Linus, S14 versus M4, and away they go. Look at the bangs coming out of the bottom of Haza's S14, but Linus shows it right there, nearly doing a copy of his brother, taking the back off the M4 there, but Haza not phased at all. Absolutely killing it. Look at the smoke bellowing from that S14. Look at the speed of it. Linus unfortunately looks like he's just getting lost in the smoke, has to bail out. He can't see where the wall is there. Huge proximity between two cars now. Haza is driving away with this one. What will Linus do? What's going to happen when we switch them around? How do you even compete with that? I'd say the bangs out of that car scared him itself. Just Haza's car is like the most obnoxious, insane, scariest thing I've ever seen, and I absolutely love it. Such a nice guy, such a good driver, really getting the grips of this car. But yeah, unfortunately, Linus not doing the run that he would have been looking for while chasing Haza. Now he knows Haza's fast. The whole paddock has been talking about how fast that S14 is since yesterday, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens when we switch them around. But yeah, halfway through there, Linus just looks like he got lost in the smoke and could not see, having to bail out of a few places to avoid contact with the wall and other objects around the track.
Okay, so Haz is back on the line. Okay, so we have Linus in the lead. Hazza Al Husani in the chase. Sweden versus the UAE. Here we go. Okay, both cars leave the line. I can hear the bangs out of Hazza's car already as it comes down the straight. Tucking in right behind the M4, going very wide. Is Linus similar again, bringing Hazza off. Two wheels dropped by both cars to keep it back on track now as they transition for the inner clip on this track. Coming around out to zone 2, filling it. Linus just dropping a wheel again, bringing Hazza out a small bit wide as we hear the pops and bangs out of that S14. Absolute power in it. Linus on a nice line now as he transitions for the last time through the last outer zone and over the finish line. Wow. Hazza's car just sounds amazing. I can only imagine what it's like in that thing when you're driving it. Like, surely them bangs like vibrate the whole car, have it jumping around the place. But yeah, unfortunately for Linus, the same as the last run, washing a bit too wide on that first corner. Not sure why that was now. Very similar to his brother as well, coincidentally. I know they have identical cars, but I didn't think they'd have identical battles. But look at Hazza there, right on the door, coming over the finish line. Wow. Okay, and there is your winner. It is Hazza Al Husani. He advances on to the top 16. And we move on to the last battle, and it is Mohammed Sieb in the E36 versus Muhammad Zayan Hamdan, better known as Bullseye, in his crazy F15. These two guys, just such nice guys. I had good chats with them there earlier on. Both of them were loving it, and both of them couldn't believe they were battling each other because this is a repeat of the 2020, if I'm correct, OIDC Top 32 Round 1. So that time I'm pretty sure I was told Bullseye took it, so I'm sure Mohammed Siab is going to do whatever he can to try and get one back on Bullseye. Two guys, good friends in the pits. Just shows the power of drift and bringing people all around the world together, and that's exactly what our goal here in the Oman International Drift Championship is. Like-minded people all in the same spot, 3 weeks together, we're all in the same hotel. It's good fun, and there's just drift conversations going everywhere, picking each other's brains. Even if there's a language barrier, the hand signals will drift and win every time. So really excited to see how both these guys get on. It's one of them battles I'm nearly rooting for both of them. Lebanon and Malaysia been represented in this battle here. We have 49 drivers from 17 different countries been represented at the Oman International Drift Championship this year. Absolutely unbelievable to see, as we see Bullseye now getting that snaky little jump off the line. Look at Mohammed Siab trying to get away. Bullseye's right there with him as he tucks in, but maybe a little bit too tight. Siab now is just getting a small bit of a gap, but Bullseye puts foot to floor, trying to close that proximity, which he does. Bullseye having the power. Mohammed though using every bit of that E36 engine, trying to get away from Bullseye. Coming up a little bit shy on the wall run now as the transition for the last time around the last outer zone. Bit of proximity there. Not sure what happened if Bullseye's after getting lost in the smoke, but they're over the line. Wow, that's a long way for both guys as well. They would have been gridded up since the first battle, you know, that sort of way. In that queue the whole time, just watching lads go. They would have watched a few cars come in on recovery trucks. They would have heard about the big accidents. So it's a lot of things to play in your mind. So hopefully now we can get a good second half of this battle now that both guys have got the, you know, the butterfly shaking off, really.
ومن بعدها سننتظر إعلان النتائج بفاصل قصير تقريبا فهذا نحن ننتظر دخول الابطال. طبعا مثل ما شايفين خلاص المنافسات وضحت معانا، منافسات دوري 16 كلها تقريبا ما عدا متبقي عندنا هذا الرد الثاني والاخير من الدور 32.
Okay, so we see both cars making their way back to the start line. This is for the last spot in our top 16, and I was just having a quick look through the bracket there. This is going to be an insane top 16. Easily 7 or 8 battles could be a final any day of the week in any country, and you would be satisfied. But here at the OIDC, you're getting it in the top 16, which means it's only going to get better from there. We're going to have champion versus champion versus champion. It's going to be insane. You can clearly hear by my enthusiasm, because good drifting just really sets me off, and it's only going to get better from here. Okay, but before we get to the top 16, the last in the top 32, it is Bullseye to lead, Mohammed to chase. What is going to happen on the second half of this run? Bullseye putting foot to floor, a little bit shallow, but Mohammed is missing outer zone 1, trying to get proximity as we see them coming transitioning for the first time through the inner clip. Look at this smoke bellowing out of Bullseye's car, but Mohammed is right there with him. Watching a small bit wide, maybe getting a little bit lost halfway around that zone as Bullseye transitions for the last time, heading into the last corner, pushing wide, filling that outer zone is Bullseye. Mohammed is right there with him. Both guys not giving up till the very end. Wow. Okay, so as we are awaiting our results for the last spot in our top 16, a nervous way for both guys. I know both guys really wanted to get in that top 16. They were probably looking at the drivers in there going, that's a parade lap I want to be a part of. Okay, both guys out the car, showing appreciation, good friends behind the scene, even though they're from different parts of the world. That's the best thing about this Oman International Drift Championship. Bullseye there, the happiest guy on the grid, always smiling, always happy to be here, just taking part. But we need a winner, we need a last driver to round out that top 16 bracket. Who is it going to be? It is Mohammed Siab. Mohammed Siab gets the win, and unfortunately for Bullseye, his day ends there. So that is it. Our top 16 is locked in. We have, are you ready for this? James Dean versus Benedictus Cherba, Nazar Harbali versus Ahmed Daham, Clint Van Oot versus Tarak Ashahani, Ahmed Al-Amri versus Dennis Miguel, Sebastian Fontaine versus Riyad Mabsali, Chris Brady versus Eggers Krogus, Juha Rintanen versus Samir Sabah, Hazza Al-Husani versus Mohammed Sieb. Now that is a top 16 I'm looking forward to. So we're just going to take a quick little break here as we prep cars for our top 16 parade. We will be returning at 6:10 Omani time. That's 20 minutes time for our top 16 parade, which will be immediately followed by our top 16, and from there we are going straight to the podium. You do not want to miss this. Go get yourself some refreshments, get your toilet breaks done, get the couch comfortable, sit down, and we will see you back here very soon.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل. لأجل عمان الغد.
Bari no taia.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل. لأجل عمان الغد.
バリのタイヤ。
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان. اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد.
バリのタイヤ。
نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار. لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل. لأجل عمان الغد.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round one of the Oman International Drift Championship 2024. This is the 6th season of the Oman International Drift Championship, and what a start to the season it's been. We have a top 16 of nearly all top 16s to kick it off here. The battles that are in this top 16 is just going to be absolutely insane. So what we're going to do first is we're going to do a bit of a parade lap. We're going to bring the cars out, tour them around, you know, put on a bit of a show for the people in attendance, show you guys at home, you get an idea looking up at your battles, and from there we will be bringing it out and heading off. And our first battle is just on paper, it's a dream battle. It is James Dean versus Benedictus Cherba. Two guys that know each other very well, two guys that have battled in a lot of different countries, and we get to see them go head to head here in Oman for the first battle of the top 16. This is going to be absolutely insane. After that, it's going to be followed up by Nazar Harbali and Ahmed Dahab, two other unbelievable drivers. Basically everyone in this top 16 is either a champion or a potential champion.
قبل لا نروح للبريد يا شباب عمان مارشلز، قبل لا نروح للبريد إذا ممكن, before we start the parade, to all the marshals, we have something else we want to talk about. Who has been part of us, الحبيب حبيب الزواوي, حبيب الزواوي.
So we're just seeing a tribute here to the commentator who passed away sadly last year, Habib. He was a beloved character of the OIDC and he will be greatly missed, so it's just going to have a moment's silence here for Habib.
يا أحلى جمهور في السلطنة، جمهور رياضة المحركات، برافو يا أخي، تحية لنفسكم والله. حبينا نطلع برسالة من سلطنة عمان، خلونا نشوف الكلمات اللي راح تطلع
كل هالتفاصيل هذه راح نتابعها مع هذه المقتطفات والملخص الكامل عن ما جرى. اتوقع شخصيا انها راح تكون كثير حاميه لانه الاجواء تساعد والمتسابقين كذلك متحمسين، وراح نتابع في النهايه ايش اللي راح يصير ومن هو اللي راح يكون في البوديوم. ولعشاق رياضه المحركات من خارج السلطنه يمكنكم متابعه اقوى بطوله درفت في الشرق الاوسط عبر حسابات الجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات في الفيسبوك واليوتيوب باللغتين العربيه والانجليزيه، وعيشوا الحماس مع الابطال اللي تحبوهم. ولانها اقوى بطوله الدرفت في الشرق الاوسط وتقام لمره واحده في السنه، بصراحه ما تتفوت. تعال وكن جزء من الحدث. نظام خروج المغلوب يعني يا غالب يا مغلوب، باب بباب، وراح نشوف الحماس يوصل لين هني.
واكيد راح تبقى في قلوبنا. احنا من عرفنا رياضة المحركات عرفنا حبيب الزواوي كصوت لهذه الرياضة هنا في الجمعية واي مكان ثاني. رحمة الله عليك يا حبيب.
حبيب الزواوي أحببناه كما أحببنا رياضة المحركات وأحببنا صوته عندما كان يصدح.
Okay, so we are back here live in the Muscat Drift Arena, and here is our top 16. James Dean leading them out, followed by Benedict Cherba.
دائما في القلوب.
Ahmed Dahan behind, as I would say, no Nazar Harbali, but I see Nazar in the distance. We've got Taruk Al-Shahani, and he is going up against Ahmed Al-Amri. Oh no, Taruk's against Clint, my apologies. And then we have Al-Amri versus Dennis Miguel. That will be followed up by Sebastian Font in our second qualifier last night, up against Riyad Mabsalali. And Chris Brady will be battling Eggers Krogers. Yuha Rintanen versus Samir Sava. Hazza Al Hassani versus Mohammed Siab. This is going to be a top 16 to remember. I am so excited, but I can guarantee you I'm probably going to lose my voice due to over enthusiasm as we see this absolutely star-studded grid make their way out here in front of the live people in attendance here at the Muscat Drift Arena. And just how cool is that drone shot? Look at this. The team here have spent countless hours painting all these lines, repainted them again last night to make it look absolutely perfect for our entertainment. The level that they go to for these championships is just absolutely insane, and I am so happy to be a part of it. This is just round one. The next 2 weeks we're doing 2 more rounds, 3 rounds back to back with these drivers absolutely pushing it. Come on, are you not entertained? M4 Supras, Corvettes, you name them, it's on the grid here at the OIDC 2024. Just cannot wait to get this started. Anti-lag that is going around that track right now is insane. My whole commentary booth is shaking, and that's not an over exaggeration, it is actually shaking. I think the judges might end up falling in on top of me, but these absolutely weapons, that's what all these cars are. The standard of cars that is on this grid this year is just absolutely insane. Build quality is through the roof. The guys have put so much effort and work in to get these cars ready for this championship. 3 rounds, 3 weekends. Will they be as prepared and as nice by the time they head back? But as we see our recovery jeep starting to guide them on the way out, which means they'll head up back into the pits, into the gridding area, and that will give it up for our first battle. And our first battle is an unbelievable one. There they are, you can see them on your screen. It is the one, the only James Dean versus Benedictus Cherba. As I previously said, 2 guys that know each other so well and know driving style so well, and they've probably battled, I'm sure, a good few times in the past, but this time it's the first time they're going to battle in Oman, and who will come out victorious?
As we see Chris Brady's absolutely beautiful R32 Skyline there. No R32 Skylines on the grid. No RVs on the grid. And Chris Brady is like, well, I'm having none of that. I'm bringing one straight over. Shipped it from Ireland, sent it the whole way to Oman. And here he is, having the time of his life, as I see head judge Kieran Hines trying to make me laugh. Kieran, we might just get a quick word with you for the live stream, since you're trying to make me laugh there now. How's it going your end? Some good battles lined up in the top 16, and just give us your thoughts in general.
Yeah, well, we had a few tough ones there in top 32. Tracks, initiation seems to be a bit of a problem. I think from yesterday we made the addition of the dotted line on the middle of the track, which a couple of drivers had requested. And of course, telling them in the briefing they only have half the track to initiate on. I think it's catching a lot of guys out.
Right, Kieran, I will leave you go because you have one job ahead of you. James Dean, Benedict's Turba. Wouldn't want to be judging that one. See you later, Kieran. Okay, so as we see the last of our top 16 doing huge burnouts, leaving the grid. There you have it. They are the drivers who are in contention of taking the top step on that podium tonight. Who will it be? Stick around with us. I promise you this will be a night not to be forgotten. As we see the sun's finally set here in the beautiful Muscat Drift Arena, and there it is right in front of you. You see the bracket. You can line up where they are. You can see, you know, if someone gets through, who he's going against next. It doesn't matter. If you win, there's no easy battle from here on in. This is going to be just straight out battles to fight for them top steps on the podium, and whoever gets them at the end of tonight will truly deserve it. But let's stop talking about the podium. We're only at the start of the top 16. In my eyes, it's probably one of the best top 16 brackets I've seen in a long time, and it's just about to start now. There's silence out there. There's a bit of a calm, you know. We're letting it all settle down after the top 16 parade. But I know somewhere in the background, James Dean and Benedictus Turba are getting the helmets on, getting strapped in, suited and booted and ready to go. This is going to be an outrageous battle.
أجواء حقيقة جميلة جدا، أجواء لا تعوض، أجواء تزيد من جماليتها هذه المتعة بهذا التحدي وبهذه المواجهات.
Okay, so we are moments away from the first battle here in our top 16. Looking at this unbelievable shot of the Drift Arena here in Muscat. Serious backdrop, absolutely stunning facility. There you have it. You see in the middle of the pits, our top 16 is lined up, and we can see James Dean and Benedictus Turba sitting there patiently waiting. Two guys know each other so well. I'm really excited to see who's going to come out on top in this one.
لا يحالفهم الحظ من خلال مشكلة فنية أو من خلال عطل ميكانيكي قد يغير الترتيب، قد يخرج الأبطال، قد يعيد ترتيب الأوراق. ها هم الأبطال جاءوا هنا للمنافسة، ها هم الأبطال كل من وصل هنا يطمح ويستحق أن يصل إلى المركز الأول. All the best to everyone، ونتمنى التوفيق للجميع إن شاء الله في هذه الجولة، جولة التوب 16 وجولة المنافسات الدور 16. يعني المشاكل حصلت معنا وصار ما توقعناه في الجولة الأولى، صارت أشياء كثيرة. خلل ميكانيكي ممكن يخلي السيارة تكون في الجرح، خلل ميكانيكي تخلي السيارة في المرآة مثل ما قلت، سيارة تلحها كذا تلح، خلاص خليك هنا الموضوع. تخيل أن تعد سيارة وتجهزها وتجعلها مستعدة للسباقات والإحراز البطولات، تنتظر يوم السباق بشغف لا تنام ليلة السباق، تنتظر أن ينطلق، تنتظر أن ترى الإضاءة الخضراء لتدخل إلى المضمار، وبلحظة الانطلاق تقدر هذه السيارة بالرغم من عهد الوفاء بينكم. هنا لازم تشغل موسيقى حزينة في الباك جراوند، تحمل السيارة على الريكفري،
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have some movement. You can see it in the right hand corner of your screen. James Dean has entered the burnout box. We're going to get this top 16 underway momentarily, and I am excited for this. I nearly just saved my voice until both cars leave the line, because I'm going to become the biggest drift nerd ever. Two veterans of European drifting are about to go head to head here in Oman for our entertainment. Both guys that I know want to win this championship this year. Both guys that are here as contenders. But this is just going to be insane. James Dean, 3-time champion in Oman. Benedictus Cherba came very, very close last year to win that championship. Just literally took away from the last round by Ali McSeed. So he's back. He's back with a plan. He wants to take it. He told me there the other night, he's like, the engine blowing up, that's not the end of the world. Like, you know, your engine blows up on the first day of the first practice session, you would think that's a bad thing. Nope, him and his team, give him 5 hours and they have a new engine in. Done. Makes it back out to qualifying, gets in the battles, wins his first battle. Here he is against James Dean, and he's only getting better. This is Cherba's 6th lap of this track in total in 2 days. 6 laps. He's looking as comfortable as anyone else, so I'm really excited to see what happens. But a time for assuming is nearly over. We can see the concentration in the eyes of James Dean as he sits on the start line there. Same with Cherba, dead focus, both guys looking straight forward at that marshal. Thumb up from Cherba, thumb up from James. The light is set, it goes green, and away we go. Our top 16 is underway, and this is it. James Dean, Benedictus Cherba throwing it in. Look at this from the machine. Lovely initiation, but Cherba is right there with him, sticking on the side of that S14.9 as the transition for the first time through the inner clip. James Dean's on a lovely lead line, but look at Cherba. He's right there with him, saying, James, you are not getting away from me, as the transition now for the last time, heading up to our zone 2. Little bit of proximity in James's favour. James taking that last transition, full tilt, but look at Cherba touching the back of that car, coming over to the finish line. What a run. Wow. That is insane. That's exactly what we all tuned in here to watch. This is what we expected from two drivers of this standard, and this is only the first half of this battle. James Dean doing a great job here. The only thing that would have separated, in my opinion, would be this transition from James. He was fully committed there. Absolutely. This is a decel zone. Nope, full throttle. Hence why he got a small bit of proximity. But Cherba puts the foot down, gets back in there, touching the door of James Dean as they come around the last corner and up to the wall. Haha. Yes. Okay, so we have James Dean back on the line. Cherba making his way around. Spotters are in the air telling them what they need to know. As we wait for our start line marshal to get the signal from the tower. Signal from the tower, thumbs up from the drivers. Starts, traffic lights, light goes green, and away they go. Benedictus Cherba lead James Dean to chase. See Cherba now flicking in. Huge angle from Cherba, but look at James Dean. He's right there with him, tucked in right beside that BMW Eurofighter as they transition for the first time. How did James Dean not make contact? Benedictus Cherba is on a phenomenal lead line, absolutely hugging the outer line through zone 2 as they come up now for the last transition. Full commitment from both guys as we see Cherba putting foot to floor, but James Dean is right there with him, pushing him over the finish line. Wow, that is exactly what we tuned in here to see. Two absolute animals in the drift world going to war for our entertainment, and this is just a top 16. Insane. If that was a final, I'd be happy to go home on that one, but we've a lot more coming. The crowd here in Oman is going absolutely mental to that one. Both drivers, hands out the window, waving to the people. I'd say they're as clueless as me. They don't know which way it's going to go. And like I said to Kieran Hines earlier, I would not want to be judging this one. Exactly what we expected from both drivers. Clean, run, good, huge, and I mean huge mutual respect between these guys. They respect each other. They've battled all over the world. Look, two guys straight out. That was cool. If this goes one more time, I know both of them lads will be happy to do it just for a good battle. So we see Cherb out of the car waving to the crowd. Here's James getting off all the safety gear. Big high fives, big hugs from both guys. Smiles all around. That is what we're here for. It's a competition, but it's a fun competition. That's what drifting is. I think I'm as nervous here now. I don't know. I think the only winner in this is just us, the spectators and the fans, because this is a masterclass in drifting just happening live in front of our eyes, and it's only going to get better from here. The crowd are chanting for a one more time here. What? That is unbelievable. They really enjoyed this one. So, what will the judges think? So a nervous way from both guys. And the winner is James Dean. James Dean gets the win and advances on to the grade 8. And unfortunately, that's the end of the night for Benedictus Cherba. Him and his team have put in some hours to get that car to the grid this weekend, changing engine after engine failure in the first lap of practice. Credit to them, and I cannot wait to see him back next week. Huge twin donuts from both guys, celebrating, putting on a show for the crowd. That's what it's all about. Okay, so we move from there, and then we go on to Nazar Harbali and Ahmed Daham. This is going to be wild. Nazar having slight car issues over the last 2 days. Can this crazy 180SX with a Boss S14 front hold up for 2 laps, or will the veteran of Middle East drifting, Ahmed Daham, stick it to him and give the young gun a little schooling going? Look, you might have made a name for yourself, but you have a few things still to learn. So much smoke has to clear from the front of the start line now from James and Cherba's burnouts. But we see 2 thumbs up from the drivers. Green light, away they go. Nazar the lead, Daham to chase. As we see Nazar coming, flicking in right in front of Daham. Daham getting a little bit off on initiation. Nazar on a wide line out. Daham is right there with him, pushing the 180SX of Nazar around the corner. Now, oh, big fire! The wheel is on fire in Nazar's car. I don't know if it's the wheel or the car is on fire, but he is not lifting. Daham is pulled out. He's like, lad, there's something wrong. Your car is on fire. But Nazar keeps going. He is just showing that he is committed to blow this car up to try and win this battle. What was that? That was absolutely insane. I don't even know what to say. The big flick from Nazar maybe caught Daham a small bit to start. Does a great job though, getting right in, and then about here we just see Nazar's car. Like a backfire made the back wheel light up, and he just keeps it pinned. At this point now, I see Daham. I'm not sure if Daham backs out thinking it's something a lot worse, or if he got lost in the smoke. It's very hard to tell from that camera angle. Ahmed Daham, a wealth of experience in that S14. I'd say he was like, man, you're on fire. What's going on here? And then we just see that Nazar is just willing to risk it all to try and get into the grey 8, to where the winner of this gets to battle James Dean. This will be an insane battle to start off the grey 8. No matter who wins, us, the spectators, we're the winners here. Right there, back on the line. Daham to lead, Nazar Harbelli to chase. Just tidying up a few cones and 1 or 2 little things on the track, and the signal will be sent to the start line to release these absolute warriors in these crazy builds. If you like anti-lag, this is the battle for you. I'm just saying, absolutely crazy. I've called Ahmed Daham Mr. All the Pops and Bangs for a long time now, but Nazar Harbelli is he's coming for that name in my opinion. Okay, so here we go. Nazar taking a little bit of a jump as he's allowed to in the chase position. Daham now through the chicane, not a bother, throwing it in. As
we see Nazir right there, stuck with him. Slight bit of contact, just a little tip of the doors to come through the first hour zone. Transition, and Nazir nearly T-bones Daham. He came through there at like 10 miles an hour faster than the lead car, as we see Daham now doing exactly what he does best, putting it on a perfect lead line. Full throttle through that zone, hugging that outer line, making it all the way out to the wall and over the finish. Wow. Brilliant battle from both guys. I would not want to be a judge tonight. That is a very tough one to call. I think it's all going to come back to what happened on the first run when they came up for the wall the first time. Nazir's car was on fire. Daham, I don't know if he got lost, bailed out, what happened, but he didn't make it all the way out to the wall. And yeah, I think the international hand signal, Nazir's like, I don't grip. Daham was like, your tyre was on fire, man. You melted half of it before I even got there. I love drift hand signals, you know, they can be speaking any language and you still know what they're saying. Both guys, mutual respect. Two big drivers in Middle Eastern drifting. But who will take the win and who will go to face James Dean in the Great 8? Crowd's chanting for a one more time here again. But it's going to come down to the judges, not the crowd. Do the judges want a one more time, or do we have a winner advancing on to our Grade 8? A nervous way for everyone involved, including us at home. I want to know as well. Who is going to take the win, Ahmed Daham or Nazar Harbeli? The drift hand signals are still going. Full throttle, going nowhere. Car was on fire. Oh, it looks like Ahmed Daham's taking... Oh, he's getting his helmet. I thought he was taking Nazar's car for a spin. Maybe we should do that. Have it one more time and make them swap cars. That would keep the boys on their toes, wouldn't it? See, judges now are having a very good discussion about this one. It's going to be interesting to see which way they go. Nervous way for both guys. Okay, our graphics on the screen. Do we have... And the winner is Nazir Harbali. So, from what I can get, it's definitely just what happened coming up to that first wall where Daham didn't make it out, whether he got lost in smoke or thought Nazir's car was bigger on fire. Not 100% sure, but Nazir moves on. This is a guy that told me this morning that, I don't think I'm going to make it because I'm going to have to sort out my engine for next week. But yeah, he's after making it straight to the Grade 8. So, huge round of applause though for Ahmed Daham. We will see him back next week as he will be coming to fight for round 2 of the OIDC. Okay, quick deep breath, restart, back again. Clint Van Hout, Tarouk Al-Shahani. Netherlands versus Oman. International versus local. This is going to be good. Two guys who were absolutely on it all weekend so far here in Muscat Drift Arena. Clint is just getting stronger and stronger every lap he does, as we see him throwing it in, but Taruk, oh no, getting it all wrong. Made a huge dive on Clint's door and just gripped up, sending him head first into that barrier. Clint stopping immediately just to make sure, is he alright? That was strange. Now I want to see a replay of that ignition. It's like they heard me there. Watch them now as they're coming straight down. Big flick from Clint. Taruk oh, that's what happened. He made a dive to get in tight, and I think he just clipped Clint's front wheel. When he locked up, then he just became a passenger, unfortunately, going head first into that wall. I'm hoping there's not too much damage there from Tarek's 180SX, but we'll just have to wait and see what comes out. Oh, well, he's driving out anyway, so that's a good sign. Maybe it could be just a little bit cosmetic damage. I think our track team just wants to make sure that, you know, he's not leaking any fluids or anything like that. It doesn't destroy the track or cause an oil spill or coolant spill that we will have to clean up and, you know, delay the show. But Tarek's there now going through his car. What's wrong? Clint's like, I don't know what happened. You were just head first into my wheel. I had nowhere to go. So, oh yeah, no, it looks like there's definitely something broken in front of that 180SX. So I'm not sure if them guys will be able to get it fixed in a 5-minute rule. So even Clint's there, look down, having a look with him. Yeah, man, I think you need to get this. I think you need to get that. There we go. Fist bumps all around. The steering arms after snapping in the front of that 180. I know the Wisefab lock kits have big angle, but that is big angle on that front wheel there facing us. So here is our recovery truck. So we will get Tarek loaded up on the recovery truck. Our track team are already in there behind rebuilding the tyre wall and water barriers. And once we get this tidied up and Tarek off the track, we will continue the action in a couple of minutes.
أحيانا درجات الاندفاع الأدرينالين درجات المنافسة والتحدي تدفع بالمتسابق لينطلق بسرعات أعلى مما يحتاجه المضمار، وهذه تكون آثارها للأسف سلبية تعود على المتسابق أحيانا بعدم قدرته على إكمال السباق. هذا كليا شيهاني وعاد كلينت إلى نقطة البداية وإلى سيرفيس بارك حتى وننتظر الآن استمرار السباق بعد إزالة السيارة عن النقطة. هل تتوقع أنه راح ياخذ 5 minutes ولا لا يا أحمد؟ لا الموضوع أكبر أعتقد من 5 minutes. يعني ممكن أنك تصلح سيارة ب 5 دقائق.
So as we see Tarek's car being loaded up onto the tilt and slide here. I'm not sure if he's going to make it back out, if that can be fixed in a 5-minute rule. Only time will tell, I'm sure. Knowing him and the whole Shahani team, they're not going to give up. They're going to try their best. The local drivers around here, these guys don't want to give up that easily, but just unfortunate. As I said it earlier on, the later in the competition we go, the speeds are getting faster and faster, and the temperature is dropping and dropping, which means the track temperature is dropping, which means less grip than these guys were used to be practicing in earlier today. It's 28 degrees here about 12 o'clock today when the cars are out practicing, and it's only about 21 now at the moment. So yeah, okay, it's not that cold, but it's colder. So we see our track team there now has the wall rebuilt up. These boys are pros at building up that section at this stage after doing it enough today, and I still, every time I say it, I don't think that's going to be the last one. Very unfortunate for Tarek there, just coming in that little bit too hot and just getting it a small bit wrong there, maybe just knowing how fast Clint was and saying I'm going to have to make a huge dive on his door. So we will see. He's on the phone though, it looks like he's talking to the team, which would indicate to me that they're not going to give up. I'd say these guys are going to try and fix this car and get him back out. So
في الجولة الثانية وقبل الأسبوع الجاي إن شاء الله بجهز السيارة وتكون موجود في الفريق يوم الثلاثاء. هذا الموكب الذي ستشارك به يوم الثلاثاء في تمام 6:30 جميع سيارات الدرافت هنا في الجمعية العمانية للسيارات، وهي فرصة لجميع الجماهير بلقاء الطلبة المفضلين وإلقاء نظرة على سيارات الدرافت على القرب. So it's a call for everyone to join us on Tuesday for the car drift parade and meet and greet for all the drivers, all the drift drivers. We're going to be here at Oman Automotive Association at 6:30. So be part of it. You can meet your best driver. You can meet your favorite driver drifter here at Oman Automotive Association. So be part of it on Tuesday.
Okay, so it looks like the Al Shahani team are going to try and fix this car, so they're not going to give up that easy. I was expecting that. So the question is, if will they beat the clock? And I'm just standing up here looking out my window over towards the pits. The car's at their pit area. I can see the car is starting to be tilted down. Maybe they are just going to try and fix it. The 5-minute rule will not start until that car is on the ground and the truck is away. Obviously, we make sure it's safe. We're not going to start the clock now while they're unloading the car, because you just have lads hanging out of everywhere. So yeah, once that car is safe on the ground, we'll start the 5-minute clock. And we shall see if Tarouk Al Shahani can make it back out for the second half of this battle versus Clint Van Hout. Okay, so it looks like we're going to move on to the next battle, which is Ahmed Al-Amri versus Dennis Miguel. Ahmed Al-Amri is one of these drivers, a very, very quiet, nice guy, very humble. But when he gets in that car and puts the helmet on, he becomes a beast. And he is up against Dennis Miguel. Dennis, a bit of work out from here. Ahmed Al-Amri qualified 5th, the highest qualifying Omani driver. And he is going to be trying to prove that he can hang with all these international guests. But will Dennis Miguel be the one who will stop him? Only time will tell. So as we see the Corvette in the burnout box, getting the tyres warm. It's the fourth battle, my apologies, in the Grade 8. It's nearly halfway through, and whoa, we've had some fireworks. James and Cherba, Nazir beating the ham, Clinton Tarek there, that was just crazy. So what else is the rest of this top 16 going to bring? Okay, we have two cars on the line. Ahmed Al-Amri to lead, Dennis Miguel to chase. Here we go. Al-Amri coming out chicane. Miguel is right there with him. Big flick from both guys. Al-Amri throwing in lovely. Miguel just getting a small bit wrong. Ended up the inside the track and very straight. Luckily not to make contact with Al-Amri, as Al-Amri comes around on the ideal qualifying line. Exactly as he's meant to be doing. So it's going to be interesting to see what way this goes as we see Al-Amri. Look at that, hugging the outer line as he comes around that last corner. Dennis Miguel is right there with him now, cutting to the inside of the track again. Maybe he's just forgetting how long this Corvette is or what's going on, I'm not sure. But yeah, he's just ending up very, very shallow around these corners. Maybe he's just cutting the corners, trying to gain some proximity, but that is not what we're here to see. We want to see door-and-door action from the start to the finish. Watch this here now. Luckily Dennis Miguel didn't hit Al-Amri there. Would have hit him straight on the front wheel. Obviously Dennis would have been completely in the wrong there, because he was not meant to be a part of that, or at that part of the track. So I would be expecting, and yet again I'm going to say it, I am a commentator, I am not a judge, I am just making assumptions, but I would assume there'd be an advantage to Ahmed Al-Amri. But I could be wrong. I have been wrong in the past. Not many times, but I have been wrong in the past. So as we head back to the start, we're going to switch it up. We're going to put Al-Amri in the chase, and we're going to put Miguel in the lead.
خلينا نشوف. سالم شو رايك بالزلمه وياك بجوله وين؟ كل واحد فينا على سياره ويعني بس بنحكي من بعيده لبعيده يعني بننزل على الحلبه ونرجع حقيقه نشوف يلا خلينا
Okay, so we got Dennis Miguel in this Corvette lined up. We're just waiting for Ahmed Lamri to come back around.
بس احنا لا يلا نشوف. لكن هو السؤال ان هل حد من المتسابقين راح يعطينا سياره اليوم؟ تتوقع نعمل معاهم اتفاقيه بنعطيهم الميكروفون وبناخذ منهم السياره نتبادل المواقع. طمنونا الشباب بيقولوا سياره الاسعاف موجوده الامور.
Not sure what's going on there now, but I'm seeing marshals running down towards the burnout box, and you know, Ahmed Lamri only went in there to turn around, so I'm not sure if something's after happening. Maybe it's just out of sight. I want to keep an eye on that. Oh! They're sending Dennis Miguel off with no traffic lights, so I'm not sure if Lamri's after calling a 5-minute rule. We may just wait and see if I get some sort of information. Oh, there's the 5-minute rule of Tarouk Shahani. Now that I actually seen from that camera angle, that was a big hit on the front of that car, so I'm really hoping them guys can get that tidied up and back out and on the track for the second half of that battle against Clint Van Hout. I think Tarouk is an incredible driver. He's been flying all weekend. I think he was ready to put a show on there. Maybe pushed a small bit too hard chasing Clint in, knowing Clint is fast. And yes, Clint is very fast, so it will be interesting to see what happens there in the end. Will the guys beat the clock, or unfortunately will just run out of time trying to get that car repaired, as we see these packed grandstands here in the Muscat Arena. Everybody's out. It's a lovely evening here to watch this incredible driving from one of the most stacked grids in a long time here in OIDC.
شكرا ايضا لكل العاملين، لكل المجموعات العامله في الميدان، لكل الجنود المجهولين، لكل الجهود المباركه التي تقدم حقيقه لاخراج هذا الحدث بهذه الصوره العالميه الرائعه الرائده. بطوله عمان لم تصل، بطوله عمان الدوليه للجراب لم تصل الى هذه الدرجه من المنافسه على مستوى العالم الا بهذه الجهود المبذوله، وحقيقه يسجل الجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات هذا الاهتمام وهذه المتابعه وهذا التطوير الذي نراه عام بعد عام لتكون البطوله بهذه الحله البهيه تجمع الابطال من كل مكان في العالم للمنافسه على هذا اللقب. والتحيه الكبرى طبعا للاساس وللجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات بالكامل فيها ادارتها الموظفين كلهم على جهودهم.
So we see the 5-minute rule of Ahmed Lamri. Front of the car is jacked up, playing with the steering. Wonder what's going on there. I was not expecting that now, because Lamri looked like he was fine during it. So we see the greatest installment of drifting these air blowers. Teams are getting so smart. As soon as they come in, someone's sitting there ready to just get a bit of air into the rads, keep the temperatures down. As I say, when it's 28, 29 degrees and you're out practicing, you want to be keeping them temperatures down. No one wants to damage their car from that. But we see Ahmed Lamri leaving the gridding area, leaving his pits, heading back to the burnout box to continue the second half of this. And if I see correctly, I see Clint Van Hout in the burnout box. So the question is Tarouk Al-Shahani, did he beat the clock? Or is the 5 minutes up and Clint is about to leave the line? I think it's going to be the latter. I think, unfortunately for the Al-Shahani team, That car may be just a little bit too damaged that he won't be able to make it back out. I can't see him anywhere, and I can see Clint leaving the line. So yeah, unfortunately for Tariq Shahani, the damage may be a little bit too great in that car, but Clint Van Hout goes on a pass of the circuit just to complete this battle and book his place into the Grade 8, where he will be up against the winner of Ahmed Al-Amri and Dennis Miguel. Listen to the screams of the 2JZ out of Clint's car. Absolutely sounds amazing, looks amazing. Clint, a really nice guy and an incredible driver as he brings that car over the line. And that's all she wrote. Clint Van Hout is your winner. Okay, we've got Dennis Miguel on the line. He will be joined by Ahmed Al-Amri, who is in the burnout box, because I can hear him from here. Incredible sound of that. Sylvia of Ahmed Al-Amri. Okay, so second half of this battle. Dennis Miguel to lead, Ahmed Al-Amri to chase. Advantage you would be thinking would be in Al-Amri's favour, but yet again, I am not a judge, I am just a commentator making assumptions. So we're just waiting for the smoke to clear out of this Muscat Drift Arena. Once the sun goes down, the breeze isn't as wild as it was today, so the smoke takes a small bit longer to clear, which puts the butterflies in the drivers' tummies. They have to sit there waiting. Okay, 2 thumbs up. Track is good. Starline Marshall pressed the light, and away they go. Dennis Miguel to lead, Ahmed Al-Amri to chase. Miguel throwing it in fairly wild, as we see Al-Amri now just tucking in there, spot rubbing his ear going, look, the advantage to you. He was all over the place in the last run, so it's up to you, Al-Amri, what you do. But yeah, Dennis Miguel now putting on an absolute beautiful lead line. Maybe Al-Amri's like, oh, wait a minute, I can chase this. So he's trying to get back in there now, reel them in as the transition for the last time, coming around the last corner, through the last outer zone, lining up for the last clip on the last wall run, and over the finish line. Not a bad run from both guys. Said Dennis Miguel is going to be happy with that one. But is it too little too late? That is the question that the judges will be asking up in the tower above me. Okay, so do we have a result, or have our judges made a decision? As both drivers get out of the car, Dennis Miguel in the Corvette, Ahmed Al-Amri in the Sylvia, but who will be going to the Grade 8 to face Clint Van Hout? Judges obviously having a good discussion about this one. We will see. Nervous way for both guys, but it looks like the decision is about to drop in, and your winner is Ahmed Al-Amri. So that is the end of the night for Dennis Miguel, but we will see him back here next week for round 2 of OIDC. Okay, so we head back to the start line where we have Sebastian Fonten, and he is up against Riyad Mabsali. E36 versus Toyota Supra. And 2 thumbs up from the driver, Starline Marshall. Presses the traffic light and away they go. Oh, Riyad looks like he stalled, but the light went green. So if the light goes green and you make the mistake, that is on you as driver error, as Sebastian Fonten puts on a masterclass through that lead, or that first corner in the lead position. Will Riyad get the car going? Is he still at the line? I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to wait and see, but look at Sebastian getting more comfortable and comfortable in that E36 on this crazy circuit here in the Muscat Drift Arena. Pinpoint accuracy, putting the back wheel right on the outer line, back of the car to the wall. Wow, see the headlights go, and it's like I think Riyad stalled the car. He'll be upset over that one because the light went green and he did indicate to move, so that would put it down, in my opinion, as driver error. But I am only seeing what you are seeing here. Our judges obviously have a lot more camera angles and they have the knowledge and information from our track marshals, which I do not have at this moment in time. But look at this from Sebastian Fonten. Like, if this was qualifying, he'd be well happy with that run. Oh, right out in that outer line, pinpoint accuracy, out to the wall for the finish. Wow. Okay, so Riyad's back moving again, and on the way to line up for the second half of this battle. Huge advantage to be to Sebastian Fonten. So what can Sebastian do in the chase position? So Riyad Mabsali in the lead, Sebastian Fonten in the chase. Riyad will be kicking himself over that one. Just driver error, unfortunately, is what it looks like from my point of view. What went wrong in that? Maybe it could have been something mechanical, I'm not 100% sure. But wait a minute, it looks like Riyad's light's gone out. Is the car stopped again? Maybe it wasn't driver error, it could be a mechanical issue, because he looks like he's getting out of the car in a frantic trying to get it started. Headlights are back on, car's moving. What's the verdict? Is he going to be able to run it? Them mechanical gremlins of a drift car coming into play at the completely wrong time. Why could this not happen when I was in the queue, says Riyad, instead of in at the start line, especially with Sebastian Fonten here. You cannot give a driver like Sebastian Fonten an inch. You give him an inch, he takes a mile. Simple as that. Sebastian, a veteran of European drifting, so he knows the crack. Oh, Riyad's moving again. Okay, light goes green, away they go. Hopefully that car now can keep momentum the whole way throughout this run as we see them coming down, throwing it in. Oh, Riyad a bit wide, bringing Sebastian a small bit wide. Sebastian maybe dropping one wheel to Riyad's two as they transition through the inner eclipse. Sebastian Fonten sitting right there, knowing fine well, oh, and whatever's going on, it's just happened again to Riyad. You could see that car just nearly shut down from its own power. Clearly something went wrong. Sebastian's like, look, I've been around the block to know that that's the end of this. There's no need for me to drift the rest of that, especially because he'd be drifting back into the direction that Riyad actually went. So, and again, I'm not going to say it, but I'm fairly confident, it's an assumption, but Sebastian Fonten, oh, there it is, Sebastian Fonten is your winner. He will move on to the Great 8. Now the question is who will Sebastian face in the Great 8? It will be the winner of Chris Brady and Eggers Krogers. BMW versus Nissan Skyline. Ireland versus Latvia. Chris's first trip here. Eggers has been here a couple of times before. What way is this going to go? Is today going to be Chris Brady's lucky day? Only time will tell.
And away they go. Chris Brady lead, Eggers to chase. This is it. Does it come down now? Big initiation from Chris, but Eggers is right there with him. Chris Brady's on a lovely lead line now, hugging that outer line, but look at Eggers. He is stuck to the side of that R32 Skyline as the transition for the first time through the inner clip, pushing wide. Eggers is right there with Chris Brady. Chris Brady's on a perfect lead line, putting the back wheel exactly where the judges want it. As we see them now coming through, transitioning for the last time, bit of a dab of the handbrake. Chris Brady just to settle the car as he lines up for the last outer zone, but he cannot shake Eggers off, touching that Skyline as they come over the line. Wow, what a run from both guys. Great lead from Chris Brady, but a phenomenal chase from Eggers Krogus. Top 16 that just keeps on giving. Every battle in this top 16 is as good as the final, and look at this. Two guys that probably never would have drove or even knew of each other before this weekend, and they'll definitely know each other by the end of it. One's from Latvia, one from Ireland, over here representing their countries, having the time of their life, pitting beside each other there in the paddock. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Eggers possibly could have a small bit of a power advantage, but Chris Brady, the current Irish Drift champion, he's just so aggressive in the chase position. So it will be an interesting one, but I do not see that R32 Skyline. I'm not sure where it's gone, if he's just gone into the burnout box or is he just bringing the little RB for a cool down lap. So yeah, still no Chris Brady, not 100% sure what's going on. Oh, there he is. It's just like you went, I'm just going to make Mike look dumb. So yeah, two cars on the line. Eggers to lead, Chris to chase. BMW versus Nissan Skyline. Just waiting for our signal from the tower. 2 thumbs up from the drivers. The traffic light is set, goes green, and away they go. Eggers to lead, Chris Brady to chase. Chris Brady is absolutely pinned. He was nearly ahead of Eggers there. He knows he has a power difference, or advantage should I say, but look at this. Eggers on a lovely line now. Chris Brady doing anything he can to stay in the fight. Unfortunately just dropping back ever so slightly, getting it a small bit wrong through that inner clip there, which gives Eggers a bit of room. Chris Brady's putting foot to floor now, trying to keep up with him, but no, it's just like he got lost in the smoke, or something's after going wrong. Not 100% sure what happened there, but Chris Brady shuts it down as he comes up to the first wall run, and Eggers takes it over the line and will yet again, in my opinion, take the win in this battle. But it'll be interesting to see what happened there. Now we see Eggers coming in. Chris Brady was literally beside him coming down, threw it in really hot, trying to use every bit of momentum to stay beside that car. But yeah, it was just this inner clip. Watch Chris is steering, had to turn it back there. Not 100% sure what happened in that moment, but from there it just goes wrong. The front of that Skyline does not look like it's acting right. Look at the wobble in the left wheel there. So yeah, look, Chris out checking that wheel there. Unfortunate, but that will be the end of Chris Brady's day, because Eggers Krogus takes the win and he moves on to the Grade A to face Sebastian Fonten. Okay, so we move it back to the start line. 2 battles left in this top 16, and then we have all our drivers for the Grade 8. Up next we have Juha Rintanen, and he has to lead in Samir Sava. Juha in the GT86, Samir the BMW E36. 2 completely different chassis, but 2 unbelievable builds. These guys are flying all weekend. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes. As we see Samir there in the burnout box,
warming up the tyres. As Juha Rintanen sits there patiently waiting, staring down the track, just focused. That's what Juha is, focused. Juha Rintanen says he's here now. He's not here just to make up numbers, he is here to compete, and he is here, he is a contender. And I well believe it, another veteran of European drifting making the trip out here to Oman. But he has to go against Lebanon's own Samir Sabah. Finland been represented, Lebanon been represented in this battle. Who will come out on top? Only time will tell. Light goes green and away they go. You had lead, Samir, the chase. JZ versus V8. BMW versus Toyota. Juha with a lovely line through the first section. Samir just washing a small bit wide now. He's to do a lot of pedaling to try and get that E36 back online, but the power of Juha Rintanen's GT86 absolutely pushing a huge gap in front of Samir. Samir doing absolutely anything he can to try and stay in this fight. So we see him maybe deviating off the qualifying line just a small bit to close the proximity. Absolutely anything he called just to try and scrape some sort of points back his way. But the experience of Juha Rintanen showing massively in that battle there. Look at this lovely line, perfect all the way through that first zone. Samir just getting a small bit wrong. Juha transitions full throttle, putting that car exactly as he was asked in the driver's briefing today. So it's going to be a very interesting one when we switch these guys around and we see what happens next. Okay, so we have Samir back on the line. Juha is joining him. Swapped him around. Second last battle in this top 16. As we await the signal from the tower. Okay. Starlight Marshall sets the traffic light and it's green. Away they go. Samir to lead, Juha to chase as they come down now, throwing it in. Big aggression there from Samir. Juha, knowing he possibly has an advantage, the spotter would have been in his ear, holding back for that first section. Now he's starting to reel in Samir as they come through. Oh, Samir getting it all wrong there on that inner clip. Juha doing a great job to avoid contact and just tucked it in right beside Samir there as they come up to the wall. Samir not getting out deep to the wall at all, a little bit early coming through the second last clipping point as they hit the last clipping zone, pushing their way out and over the line. Another good battle in the history books for the OIDC Championship. And your winner is Juha Rintanen. Juha Rintanen takes the win, representing Finland. He moves to the Grey 8, where he will face the winner of Hazal Husani and Mohammed Shiab. So Juha Rintanen into the Grey 8. And unfortunately, that's the end of the day for Samir Sabah, but we will see him back next week in that insane E36. Okay, so Hazal Sami, Mohammed Siab. Last battle of our top 16. Hazza in that absolutely insane S14. Mohammed in that beautifully looking E36. Guys, leave the line and away they go. Oh, Hazza, where are you going? Huge flick I don't know how he didn't make contact with the chase car, as he's on an absolutely beautiful line there. But Mohammed is right with him there now as he transitions through the smoke, full tilt, pushing, going, Hazza, you might be one of the fastest on the grid, but I'm still here to contend. As we see them coming around now, Mohammed slightly getting lost in the smoke and over-rotating as Hazza throws it out for the wall. Wow, poor Mohammed there. He tried to stay with him, try and stay inside that pocket to avoid the smoke screen, but Hazza is just so fast. He is ridiculously fast. So it will be interesting to see what way the judges look at that one. Mohammed doing whatever he could to try and stick it right up on the door of Hazza. But yeah, just look here, look. Gets a little bit lost in the smoke, doesn't know where the wall is, and it just ends up over-rotating, which sends Hazza driving off into the sunset.
Cameras not in the track itself. I don't know where it is. It's really obvious now. We can know, we can tell. Already think at this stuff. أعلن التحدي بمبادئ الوفقية بسبب الدخان على البطال. هذا طبعا هزاع هو الفائز هزاع أو بعد في سكند رن.
Okay, so we sent all cars back to the line. Swapped around. We're going to put Mohammed in the lead and we're going to put Hazza in the chase. So we see some guy going absolutely mental in the crowd. Really enjoying the show here. The crowd today are absolutely epic. Just on the parade lap, I stuck my head outside just before it, and the energy in this arena was absolutely insane. You cannot beat it. So we see this lad's the unsung hero representing that Bagsy t-shirt. Steve Bagsioni, I don't know where you are, but you've been represented in Oman. Okay, Mohammed Siad to lead, Hazza Al Husani to chase. Nervous way for both guys. We just get a few cones and tidy it up, let the smoke clear, and we will be sending these guys off the line for the second half of this battle, last battle in our top 16. Who will take it? The advantage will be to Hazza with the over rotation from Mohammed. Oh, there's still another half of this battle to go, so what can Mohammed do to try and force mistake out of Hazza? Maybe try and bring him to it one more time. Hazza, maybe it's just his spotter be telling him, play it smart, like you have the advantage, don't go full Hazza, as I'm going to call it now, because that's it, it's full Hazza. The man doesn't have an in-between, it's like all or nothing, which is like the best way ever to drive in my opinion. But the time for talking's done. Here we go. Mohammed to lead, Hazza to chase. Hazza tucking right in there behind Mohammed, throwing it in hard as we see Mohammed over rotates. Oh no! That is not what I wanted to see, as we see the flames coming. It's like Mohammed's throttle was stuck on there, because you could see all the flames coming out of the wastegate in the bonnet, and the wastegate in the bonnet and underneath the car. Obviously very lucky there not to do damage. Maybe the throttle got stuck on from the impact, over rotated, catches Hazza's door and then puts him backwards into the wall. Look, see the flame still going there. That tells me the throttle was still absolutely screaming in that moment. Small bit of damage to Muhammad's car at the back, but it's all fiberglass. You know, drift cars, they look worse than crashes, but they come together and come apart very easily. It's good to see Muhammad out of the car, safe and sound. And here's Hazza coming in to join him. Hazza throwing it in like an absolute madman, going full Hazza, as I'm going to call it for the rest of this championship. It's good to see both guys celebrating. They're alright, they're good friends behind the scene. They know each other very well, and I'm sure neither of them wanted this battle to go that way. So it's going to be, I'm sure this car is going to have to be recovered, because whatever happened, it did seem like the throttle was stuck on at the end, which would indicate, I don't know, it just could be something from the impact. It could have been Muhammad's foot without him realising. I'm not 100% sure, but Hazza going full Hazza, trying to get out there, look. Stop, you're wrecking me car, lad. Oh, maybe the damage has out been increased by Hazza trying to get out of that scenario. This is one of these, that bumper bars get entangled in these questions. Oh, Hazza's telling, or Muhammad's telling Hazza to stop and get a jack, so this will be interesting to see what way we go. As we see some special guests in the paddock here, everyone is out for the first round of the Oman International Drift Championship 2024 season 6. Hard to believe it's 6 seasons going, and there's no sign of this championship letting up. These guys, the organisers, everyone behind the scene, the commitment they put into building this championship is just phenomenal.
للاستمرار بمجريات هذا السباق بعد تسمية الفائز في هذه الجولة والمتأهل إلى التوقيت. ها هو الجمهور الرائع، ها هو فاكهة رياضة السيارات، ها هو العاشق الذي لا يتأخر عن الموعد، فهو في كل جولة وفي كل بطولة تراه هنا ينتظر حتى وقبل أن تفتح الأبواب ليلتقي مع المحبوبة، مع المعشوقة، مع السيارة على المضمار. يا ما أجمل هذه الجماهير التي.
So as we wait there now just to get Muhammad out of the wall and Hazza out of Muhammad's car, tidy up the little bit of damage at the barriers there, and then we will be going to our first battle of our grade 8, and yeah, it's just James Dean versus Nazar Harbali. Nazar is wild. James Dean, we all know James Dean, he's as cool as a cucumber. He will be so just complacent in that car. I cannot wait to see that battle there. I was talking to Nazar this morning, he said it actually would be a dream battle for him to get a run with James, so his dream has come true at round 1. As we see Hazza's team arrive down with a jack to try and get that S14 out of the E36.
طلع تلفونك خلينا نشوف كذا ناخذ صورة جميلة لهذا المنظر، لأن وجود معانا يعني ضيوف شرف موجودين هنا. يا سلام عليكم، يلا الله يستركم. شو تعال يلا سالم قلبي، يلا وين نسمع صوت جمهور بنروح، وين نسمع صوت جمهور بنروح. فين الجمهور؟ شوف سالم، انا في عندي سيلفي فيها 12,000 شخص. يا الله، اليوم نقدر نعمل سيلفي اكبر منها. خلينا نشوف الجمهور ليه. نسمع الصوت. الله يا سلام.
Oh, we see all the torches coming out. My two commentator colleagues who are live to the crowd in Harvick. The guys are fueling up the crowd. I told them to have to get a Mexican wave going with torches at some point. I think that could be happening now. I'm not 100% sure, but they thought it was a great idea. Boys doing a brilliant job outside, keeping everyone who's here in attendance entertained. As we wait just to get these guys off the track, but I think a judge's decision's going to come in. Who gets the winner? It is Hazza Al Husani taking the win, and he moves on to the Grade 8, where he will go up against Juha Rintanen. That's Juha Rintanen with over 1,000 brake horsepower. Hazza with about 1,200 brake horsepower. Yeah, just 2-2. That's a lot of horsepower in one battle. So as we see Hazza leaving the track, small bit of damage to the S14, nothing major though. We will see him back to battle Juha Rintanen in the last battle of the Grade 8. And unfortunately for Mohammed Thieb, that'll be the end of his day. Just two guys pushing really, really hard. They know the risk that's involved with what we do here in drifting. When you are basically doing exactly what a car is designed not to do all day long, something at some point can go wrong. So it's good to see smiles all around, you know. Accidents do happen, but we're all friends at the end of the day, and both guys will be back to battle out next weekend. But yeah, Hazza delighted, absolutely buzzing to make it to the Grade 8 in that monstrous S14. Going full Hazza. Will he go full Hazza to the podium? Only time will tell. Yeah, so there we have it. Hazza advances to the Grade 8. And that is our Grade 8 fully secure. So, in the Grade 8, our last four battles, or sorry, the next four battles of the Grade 8, should I say, is James Dean versus Nazar Harbali, Clint Van Oot versus Ahmed Al-Amri, Sebastian Fonten versus Egert Grokers, Juha Rintanen versus Hazza Al Husani. Yeah, there's the boys. These two boys are making me laugh out the window. They're having so much fun playing with the live crowd, bouncing off each other, and it's really good to see two nice guys. So yeah, I can't wait to be partnering up and doing more work with them over the next couple of weeks for the 6th season of the Oman International Drift Championship.
نرجع نشوف كشافات على هذا المدرج ونعود. وين كشافات؟ وين؟ الله الكشافات رجول الكشافات فوق نعمل فيديو. شوف نعمل فيديو. اتصلوا بالكشافات. نورك الكفي. يلا شوف كل الكشافات نعمل فيديو. يلا 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 كل ما تدخل السيارات تعال 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 خلينا نشوف هناك الرابع بالليل خلاص يلا واحد اثنين ثلاثة. احلى جمهور موجود معنا اليوم في مسقط. والله جمهور رائع.
Okay, so we are ready to start the top 8, we have our number 1 qualifier, James Dean. The James Dean fans are out in force tonight. I don't know if we're at a drift event or a rock concert here, but I'm loving it either way. And James Dean will be going up against Nazar Har Valley. I see Nazar warming up the tyres in that monstrous 180SX in the background. 180SX with an S14 Boss front, you know, no one would think of that. Only Nazar, and trust me, it looks amazing in person as it does online. I'm well jealous. Fully carbon car, but it's tucked in beside now the S14.9 of James Dean. This car getting a full new wrap livery for this championship. James Dean revealing it the other day, and it looks absolutely stunning. It does. Really liking the colours on James's car, but we're not here for a car show, we're here for a battle, and here we go. It's James Dean versus Nazar Har Valley. Both guys coming down like a bow of hell as James throws it in a massive angle. James Dean knows how fast Nazar is, so he has to put foot to floor to try and get away from him. Nazar is doing absolutely anything he can to stick with the machine as they transition for the first time, lining up for outer zone 2. James doing a lovely job now, hugging that outer line all the way around, flicking out to the wall, full tilt transition, but Nazar is right there with him as they come through the last corner, filling the last outer zone, and James brings it out to the wall and over the line. What a battle from both guys. Wow. Great run from both guys there, and it's just brilliant that Nazar said this to me yesterday. He's like, oh, I'd love a battle with James. This season, I didn't. Oh, his tyre went up a fire again, the same as it did with the Ham. That's mental. That's the. I think from experience, what we've learned it really is it's just the burnt rubber particles that are coming off, sticking to like the bottom of the quarter panels, bumpers, things like that, and then the bangs from the wastegate and the flame is just ignited. So it's not really the car on fire, it's just a little bit of rubber on fire at the back or the tyre. But yeah, nothing major there. We'll swing these both guys around and we'll go again, and we'll put Nazar in the lead and see what he can do with James Dean behind him. Will he be able to shake off James Dean? Does he have the power, or will the experience of the machine be able to sit there on the door of Nazar Har Valley? Okay, lights go green and away they go. Nazar to lead, James Dean to chase. Both cars coming down. Look at the bangs coming out of the bottom of Nazar's car. And nearly did a bunny hop, he banged that much. Nazar though going wide, dropping a wheel. The machine doing very well to just sit there, wait for him to come back on. Now make his dive, start to reel them in as they come through. There's the fire igniting again. I don't know if this is cool or on fire, but Nazar is not letting up. Look at the size of the flames out the back of this. James Dean's that close. He's going to melt his own car, destroying his new wrap as they come around the corner for the last time. That 180SX is fully on fire. Oh my, what? That was absolutely insane, but someone get a fire extinguisher quick, because that one's not going out. Oh my god, how did James Dean stay so close, so calm, so calculated when the car in front of him was on fire? Absolutely insane driving from both guys. Nazar, brother, please get out of that car just in case. Wow. James there like, hey man, that was good, but I'm just going to pull off over here. See the disheartening of Nazar, he's not sure what happened there, but it went from a rubber on fire to 180 on fire there, in my opinion, by the wall. The whole back of the car looks melted off that. Watch it here in the replay, you can see the flame banging underneath that car. A violent limiter on that. The wastegate is like mini explosions going underneath that 180SX. But it's just as they come at the end of this corner here, the car goes up in flames. At this point, now I'm like, nah, that's not a rubber fire, that's a car on fire, that's what there. But Nazar doesn't live. Look at James diving in his driver door right to the fire going, right, he's on fire, but I seen what happened at the Ham, I'm sticking in there. James Dean's wrap must be melting, and James like, get away from me. Absolutely insane driving from both guys here. Cameraman, everyone going running, don't know what to do. And Nazar, oh, look at the back of the car. He's after melting half the 180. Absolutely insane. He wanted that battle, and that's what he said to me. He's like, I want James at some point this season. Maybe he didn't want it like that. Maybe he didn't want his car to burn. But either way, that was absolutely insane to watch, and something tells me that's going to be one of them clips that's going to go viral on the internet. James Dean dooring a car that was engulfed in flames. Where else would you see it? Only Oman International Drift Championship. Whew. Right, I'm making pause myself now. That was class. And your winner is James Dean. James the Machine Dean moves his way into the final four. And unfortunately, that's the end of the day for Nazar Harvali. But that young man from El Salvador has made an impression on the world here. That new car he's built for this season is a monster. An absolute insane monster. Still can't believe he did half a lap with half a car on fire. And James Dean on his door. And now he's probably just going to drive it into the pits. What a guy. Okay, so we have the recovery truck out just to bring Nazar's car in, man. That's a fresh car. That's after having a hard 2 days here. But Nazar and his team will get that car back up to Dubai, get it all fixed up and done. He, all his carbon fibre panels are done by his teammate, his good buzzy, the crazy man Hazza, and I'm sure Hazza is either med spare panels knowing how Nazar drives, or Hazza will be heading home to Dubai tonight as well to make a few new panels for Nazar. But either way, that was just absolutely insane. That battle there will go down in history of the Oman International Drift Championship. I can smell the viral clips. Yep, as I expected, Nazar's just going to drive that car in and not put it on a truck. What a guy. That's a man now who's definitely made a huge impression on half the world there. It's like, if you're battling James Dean, you don't give up, even if your car's on fire. Not only did he burn his car for our entertainment, now he's driving around doing a parade lap. What a guy. Definitely a future star in the drift world is Nazar. This kid is absolutely insane behind the wheel. And I think year by year he's just going to get stronger, better and faster.
For safety reasons, Oman Marshals has to do this, so we are sorry to thank you so much. Now, next we have the Omani.
I tell you, I would not want to be Clint Van Hout and Ahmed Al Amri, because how do you follow that? Two guys, two Sylvias, two very fast drivers. It's going to be an interesting one to watch. I'm excited for this one.
كلينت يحارب اليوم بشدة، تفوق بالبداية على
دانيال ماكسيموف، وتفوق ايضا على طارق الشيهاني. ايضا طارق تعرض لحادث وبالتالي كلينت ايضا وصل الى هنا بسبب الحادث الذي تعرض له المنافس. التحدي الكبير الان بين كلينت والعامري، من منهم سيتسبب بحادث للاخر.
Okay, so we've got one person in our final four, and it is Mr. James Dean. Who will join him? It is between Clint Van Hout, Ahmed El Amri, sorry, my apologies, just getting some information there that, yeah, no, we're just going to have a bit of a clean up at the start line there. Just some of the fire extinguisher liquids and powder just went on the run in, so we just want to give it a quick clean up there. Make sure it's a fair start for all competitors from here on out. We don't want anyone, you know, little bit lack of traction when they try and leave the line, especially in the lead position. So we're just going to give it a quick clean up, and then we will resume action very, very shortly.
نرى على الشاشة الجمهور على مدرجات وسط أرينا. هذا الجمهور الرائع الذي لا يخلف موعدا أبدا مع رياضته المحببة. هذا الجمهور الذي تحدثت عنه الصحافة العربية، جمهور رياضة السيارات في عمان. هذا الجمهور بهذا العدد الكبير، هذا الجمهور الرائع الذي يبقى على الموعد دائما مع رياضته المفضلة، رياضة الانجراف، ولا سيما في هذه البطولة التي تعد واحدة من أقوى 3 بطولات عالمية، بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف هنا في مسقط أرينا، وهنا مع هذا الطقس الجميل حقيقة لمن يتابعنا الآن من خلال البث المباشر على شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي.
Okay, so we have Clint on the start line. Will he be joined by Ahmed El Amri? Not 100% sure, but seems like our marshals have just a little bit of fire extinguisher cleaned up there from just around the start line, and we will be sending the next battle momentarily. Wow, I think it's actually great that we had this little small break just for everyone to calm down, mainly me as well. That last battle just got the blood flowing. And there we go, we've Ahmed El Amri in the burnout box, warming up his tyres. We see Lamry making her way to the start line. Okay, so it's Clint to lead, Lamry to chase. This is going to be a good battle. These two guys are so aggressive in the chase position. Okay, so our start line marshal is just waiting for the signal from the tower. Okay, the lights are green and away they go. Clint to lead, Ahmed to chase. Clint, nice flick out wide. Lamry tucks in there beside him, maybe getting a small bit wrong, carrying very little angle to the first corner, while Clint is out wide on a lovely lead line. Huge angle, but now Lamry's back in it there as he makes the dive on the first transition, putting it up on Clint's door as we see Clint filling that outer zone all the way around zone 2. As he comes out now to the first wall run, doing a great job. Alamri out not near the wall, getting it all wrong in that middle section. Alamri transitioning now onto the inside. Unfortunately for him, maybe just getting that transition timing and all off, but he gets back on the door, the S14 of Clint. Wow. That's a great lead line from Clint, and just unfortunately for Alamri, maybe just initiate a small bit wrong, carrying very little angle there, and ever since that he was playing kind of catch up. As we see here now, he does a nice job, Alamri does, to try and get back in. Clint is so cool, so calm, just bringing it around, doing exactly as the judges asked. Absolutely insane. As we see both cars nearly making contact as they come over the line. But what's going to happen when we switch them around? How is Alamri going to shake Clint off, and how is Clint going to chase down Alamri? As I already said, both guys are just such experts in the chase position is the best way of describing it. So I'm expecting a good run here from Clint, pushing in tight right up on that door of Ahmed Alamri. Okay, two guys back on the line. Alamri to lead, Clint to chase. Here we go. You see Alamri coming out chicane, full tilt, but look at Clint, he's right there with him. Lovely initiation from both guys, as we see a perfect outer line from the two of them. Clint is right there with Alamri, but Alamri giving him the perfect lead line to chase. Absolute masterclass from both these guys, as we see Alamri just watching a small bit wide to the end of zone 2. Dials off a bit of angle to avoid contact with the wall. Clint does a great job to avoid contact with Alamri as they come into the last corner now. Alamri washes wide, but Clint Van Oud is right there with him, stuck on his door, pushing him over the line. There you go. Huge battle for both guys. As we see both guys pulling back up to get the result. Smiles all around from both guys. That was a fun battle. You could tell that was a fun battle. But who will take the win? Who will go to the final four to face James Dean? And Clint Van Oud gets the win. Unfortunately, we're going to see Ahmed Alamri in the 3rd and 4th playoff, but he will get one chance to fight for that podium tonight, fighting for 3rd spot. No, my apologies, that was a great 8 battle. So no, that is Ahmed Alamri out of competition, and Clint gets in for 2 chances to fight for the podium. So he is going to be delighted with that. Ahmed Alamri doing a great job there. And we will see him back next week. The Omani driver always making a huge impact when he's on track. So we have one semi-final. James Dean, Clint. Let's find out the second one. So here we go. We have Sebastian Fonten. We have Eggers Krogus. Who will take first spot in the second semi-final? This is another one of these battles now. Is going to be absolutely insane. 2 guys who are on it all day long. Eggers in the chase, Sebastian in the lead. through the chicane, and away they go. Look at this from Eggers, tucking right in. Sebastian Fontaine doing what he does best, throwing on gangster angle, absolutely huge, but it does not faze Eggers at all. Look at that for a transition from the chase car. Barely avoiding contact, and see Sebastian stomping on the front brakes now, getting that car out nice and wide in zone 2. Eggers there is still with him as the transition for the last time, full tilt, coming into the last corner, working around. This is a beautiful run from both guys as we see them come over the line. Wow. Clint Van Hout, Eggers Krogus, that was insane. Look at that for an entry. Oh, sorry, not Clint, Sebastian. I'm that wound, I forgot it. Sebastian throwing it in. Huge angle at the start. Absolutely catching everyone off guard except for Eggers. How he dealt with that was just insane. Look at the proximity there as they come through outer zone 2. Sebastian doing anything he can, but he cannot shake away that kebab fighter of Eggers Krogus. As we see them now coming through zone 3 for the last time, out to the wall. Look at that. Brilliant. Sebastian Eggers, take a bow. Wow. Okay, so we're going to swap them around now. Eggers with the lead. A lot of pressure on Sebastian in the chase. Sebastian, he is an animal in the chase position. He's a serious aggressive chase driver. But Eggers is just a man on a mission today. Since he bet Nick Nack in the top 32, he's just like no one can stop him. It's going to be interesting to see what he's going to do to try and pull a gap on Sebastian Fontaine. But Sebastian Fontaine didn't come the whole way. Oh man, to lose like this. If he's going out, he's going to go out in style. He's going to absolutely stick it on Eggers' door. I'm really excited. I think the only winner here is going to be us, the fans. Both these guys are going to be pushing really hard, and here we go as they make it down the straight, flicking in. Sebastian throwing it backwards again in the chase position, but look at this from Fontaine. He's nearly getting a passenger spin. He's that close as they transition. How did they not make contact? Eggers on a lovely line, but Sebastian Fontaine is right there with him. Contact, can they stay going? He pushes Eggers a small bit wide. Two lads stay committed all the way for the last transition. More contact again. Sebastian Fontaine is pushing Eggers Krogus all over this Oman Drift Arena. What? That was insane. But did Sebastian maybe go a little bit too aggressive in the chase position there? The first one looked alright. The second one, I'm pretty sure he pushed them clean off the track. So yeah, wow, that was insane. Absolutely insane. The aggression from Sebastian there. Unbelievable. Huge round of applause from the stadium here for both drivers. They were fully committed on that one. Absolutely brilliant to watch. This was the one there. He hit him, he pushed him a bit wide. Eggers, in fairness, you know, he did whatever he could to try and keep that car online, or get it back online, and then maybe just a second bit of contact pushed him a small bit wide. I'm not sure what way the judge is going to go with that, but that was a great run from both guys. Smiles all around from both drivers as they patiently wait for the result of this battle, and battle is exactly what that was. Both guys leaving it all on the circuit there, saying look, if it's going to come down to it, I'm going to push as hard as I can. Sebastian Fontaine in the chase there was just insane, but Eggers Krogus is just a man on a mission today. His chase driving was lovely, his lead was lovely, and he just seems to be continuously getting better the more and more he goes around the track. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what way our judges will call this one. Judges deliberating this one, and so they should. Sebastian seems to be looking at a little dent on the side of Eggar's car there. Oh, I put that there, sorry man. So yeah, still patiently waiting for a decision. It's a nervous way for two drivers. They want to know that they secure their spot in the final four. But only one can go there. Who will it be?
So the decision is not only by one. القرار بالإجماع قرار بمراقبة، يعني بعد مراقبة ومراقبة تفاصيل، مراجعة تفاصيل. خلينا نشوف وننتظر ونحدد من الشخص اللي راح يفوز. خلينا نوجه تحية. طبعا
Big deliberation going on in the judging tower. They're going through this with a fine-tooth comb to try and get the most fairest decision out of it, or could it be a one more time? I'm not 100% sure. I just still feel that us as the drift fans were the real winner here, because that battle was absolutely amazing. Both these guys doing themselves, their countries, everyone proud over here in Oman, representing Latvia, representing the Netherlands. Wow, two amazing drivers, so I'm really excited to see what way the judges call this one.
وأيضا حضورنا الكريم من أصحاب المناصب وأيضا الجهات العسكرية الكبرى. شكرا لحضوركم، شكرا لتواجدكم، شكرا لتلبية الدعوة وتواجدكم معنا.
Big deliberation on this one.
المحفل الجميل، المحفل الرياضي المثير، المحفل الرياضي لكي ترى سنة كاملة ننتظر عودة OIDC، سنة كاملة جمهور.
Smiles all around from both guys. They had a time in their life. Two veterans of European drifting here putting their cars on the line for our entertainment. We see our next battle lined up. It is Juha Rintanen and Hazza Al Husani. But before we get that off, we need a winner of this battle. Everyone needs to know who won this.
هذا الثلاثاء في تمام الساعة 6:30 الجمعة القادم موعدنا سيتجدد حقيقة بكل الحب وبكل الشوق وبكل الشغف والحماس والمنافسة للجولة الثانية من بطولة عمان الدولية للدرافت. ننتظر إعلان النتائج وهم الأبطال خارج سياراتهم ينتظروا كذلك.
It's a very nervous way for both these drivers, still waiting for this result after that absolute battle. Who knows? It could be a one more time. You know, if the judges are debating it, obviously there's a mix of opinions on that battle. For me, that battle was just absolutely insane, and I'd be delighted for a one more time, see what they'd do if they went at it again. But unfortunately, I'm just a commentator. I'm not a judge, so I cannot make them decisions. If I would, they'd all be one more times. Oh, the graphics up, so that means we could have a decision. Which way is it going to go? Is it Eggers? Is it Sebastian? Is it one more time? And the winner is Egar Krogus. He advances to the final four, and unfortunately for Sebastian Fonten, his weekend will end there, but he'll be back next week for round 2 of OIDC. Okay, so I would be fairly confident Juha and Hazo shall go to rewarm their tyres. They've just been sitting there for a couple of minutes. If not, if the both of them are happy, we'll send them off the line, but you know, the Starline Marshals will give them every fair advantage to rewarm their tyres, so. No, maybe not. Just from the looks there, it looks like both guys are saying they're ready to go. Here we go, the last battle in the Grey 8. Juha Rintanen, Haza Al Husani. Both cars leave the line. Juha lead, Haza the chase. Oh, Haza looked a little bit slow there coming out, but he throws it in absolutely wild, right on the door of Juha Rintanen, nearly making contact coming around that first corner now as Juha is doing a brilliant line, but look at Haza. He's right there with him, sticking to that GT86, not letting Juha Rintanen get away from him. Juha goes a little bit wide there, bringing Haza off, has to dial off angle to avoid the wall. So we see now Haza just getting a little bit out of shape there in the chase. Tucks it back in on the door for the last corner, wheel to wheel, door to door, around it. That is what we came here to see. He went full Haza. Look at the flames coming out the back of that S14, but what a lead line from Juha Rintanen in a beautiful looking GTA 6. UAE and Finland been represented in this battle. You see, that's where just coming up to the wall, Haza ended up a bit wide, transition small bit early, so here, look at this. Tucks in, just like sits basically in beside Juha. Hello, how are you? How's things? So we see all the sparks and flames and everything coming out the exhaust of that S14. Absolutely crazy. So we're going to switch them around. And we're going to put Haza in the lead, Juha Rintanen in the chase. What can Juha do chasing down this monstrous S14? Juha has a wealth of experience behind the steering wheel of that car, so I'm pretty sure he's seen it all back in his own championships. But Haza trying to play a few mind games there, maybe doing a huge flick, but does not unsettle Juha whatsoever. Juha took right in there beside that S14. This is an incredible chase drive from Juha Rintanen. How did he not make contact on that transition, as we see both cars now going full tilt on the outer line through the second last zone, bringing it out to the wall. Last transition, snappy from both guys. Massive speed. Has it getting a little bit wide out last outer zone, but Juha is right there with him. Has it touches the back of the car, off the wall, pulls off the bumper. That is what we came here to see. Absolute masterclass. Look at Juha Rintanen here. Absolutely insane chase driving. Watch this transition. Boom, straight back up on the door. What a mad lead line from Haza as we see him. Look, perfectly on the outer there. Out to the wall, flicks it back. I think this is the only bit I could fault Haza, in my opinion, maybe. Goes a bit wide there, drops two wheels. Juha keeps it on the track, tucks in beside him, waits for Haza to come back, and then both bring it out and over the line. Absolutely insane. And the question is, which one of these guys is going to join Eggers in the final four? Huge round of applause again from our grandstands here in the Muscat Drift Arena. These guys are absolutely loving it, and why wouldn't they? They are getting some incredible battles here tonight for round one. And yes, I said round one. This is the start of the championship. We have 2 more weekends just like this with the same drivers. These guys will be going back to back to back, rarely giving themselves or the cars a rest, so it's going to be interesting to see what or who makes it to the final round of round 3. But round 1, it's definitely one for the history books. It's been an incredible night so far, and it's not even over yet. We've got a final 4 still to go, but for that final 4 we need one more driver, and it's between the 2 guys on your screen right now. Juha Rintanen, Haza as well. Haza going full Haza on that one, like just full Haza, absolutely insane, full throttle, smoke, flame, spark, hits the wall, everything. But yeah, no, absolutely insane driving from both guys. Who's going to get the win? Juha Rintanen, Haza Al Husani. It's a one more time. Oh, there we go. Both guys getting a fair chance to go at this again. The judges not able to separate them, should I say. So for our entertainment, we get to see them go one more time. And just that is the last battle in that bracket. So we will not be moving on. We will have to wait for them to refuel, retire, make their way back to the start line and go again. And I am not one bit disappointed. I cannot wait to see them 2 guys go again. That was an incredible battle from both drivers. So as we hear Haza leaving the track there, mental noise from that S14. Whew. That was a wild grade 8. I think every battle there was nearly a final standard, so it's going to be interesting to see what follows in the grade 4. But as I say, for the grade 4 we need one more driver. So Juha, Haza, fresh tyres, fresh fuel, line up and go again. Yeah, I've good confidence now that one more time in this battle is going to be unbelievable. Both guys have felt each other out. They have an idea what they're capable of. They're probably in the pits going, how can I make my car a little bit faster? It's going to be very, very fun to watch. So I'm excited.
شطارة الميكانيكيين الموجودين في انه يشيك كل شيء، يشيك كل حاجة لها دور كبير، يعني خلينا نتكلم عن خبرة السائق لها دور أكبر أيضا من الأساسي، ولكن الحظ لا يزال يتجسد من هذه البطولة ومن هذه المعادلة في المعطيات تماما خبرة السائق إن شاء الله الجميع ونتمنى يعني أوفر للجميع هذا الأبطال اللي نمروا اليوم إن شاء الله على صديق القادم الجميع يوم الخميس والجمعة مسقط اللي شاركنا في هذه الجولة الأولى وساعدوا في هذه الجولة الأولى والأولى.
So we just got a camera in the pits there, and as you can see, Eggers and his team are out doing a little bit of alignment on the front to see can they get a small bit more speed out of that BMW, to see what they can do in the final four. But he doesn't even know who he's against. He just looked at that last battle going, look, if it's Hazza or Juha, either way we need to be faster, boys. So absolutely brilliant to watch. This has been our unbelievable start to the first round of the 2024 OIDC Championship. Season 6 is going to be one to be remembered if it goes on like this. Oh, what a night here in Muscat, Oman. The crowd are loving it. Everyone's loving it. It's like the battles we have got tonight are just absolutely insane. It's not over yet. So we got Juha and Hazza one more time. We want to see who will get that final spot. And the winner of Juha and Hazza will go against Eggers in the semi-final. And in the other semi-final, it's James Dean and Clint Van Oort. So, there you have it. A few more battles lined up, and they're all going to be absolutely crackers this afternoon here in Muscat.
هذا الجمهور اللي ما وصلنا له الجمهور على يسار المنصه، الجمهور اللي موجود حوالين المنصه، نسمع بصوت عالي، مستعدين؟ اسمع صوت الجمهور ما شاء الله، يا الله يا الله. طبعا اللي هنا يمين المنصه كلهم نايمين. ايوه ازعجناهم.
حرام 10
يمين المنصة كيف التسديد عالي يعني شوي والله راح الصوت شوف ازاي المنصة، شوف ازاي المنصة عادلة ما شاء الله. بس اسمع صوت يا زلمة المنصة هذا الرجل ما شاء الله يستاهل، والله لازم علق من امام هذا يستاهل كلهم، رحلة الدرس كلها كل واحد عجبني مع اللي فازوا بالابطال، اللي فازوا بالابطال والابطال يفوزون. الله يحفظ الجميع، يعطيكم العافيه شباب دائما دائما الحضور الجماهيري الطيب، الحضور الجماهيري يضفي لمسه جميله جدا لجميع الاحداث الرياضيه والاحداث المختلفه معنا نتصدر. شكرا من القلب لكم، شكرا لحضوركم، شكرا لتفاعلكم بعد معنا. إذا ننتظر سداد الأبطال للدخول إلى الجولة الأخيرة التي ستجمع الزارع الحساني وجوهر ماتياس في هذا التحدي الذي سيؤهل بطل واحد من بينهما للتأهل للمربع الذهبي. دورة تقفل في هذه الجولة الأولى من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراد. هذا التحدي الذي بدأ ب 49 بطل من جميع دول العالم جاءوا هنا ليلتقوا، جاءوا هنا ليقول كل منهم كلمته، جاءوا هنا واحضروا سيارات للتحدي والمنافسة، ولكن المنافسة لا تحتمل الجميع. يوم أمس الجولات التأهيلية أبرزت لنا توب 32 والآن عاد الأصوات ما شاء الله ما شاء الله واضح نقدر نشوف الوارم اريا الحين شغاله بسياره وسياره ثانيه تنتظر دورها بعدها راح نشوف.
Okay, welcome back. We have cars returning to the start line for this one more time. The last battle of our grade 8. You are written in the lead position, so we're just waiting for Hazza to appear. We can hear him in the burnout box anyways, so I wonder what both guys can do different this time to try and convince the judges to send them to the final four. They know each other, they've already battled, it was wild, so what can we even expect in the second half of this battle? As we see Hazza now making his way to the start line. Absolutely insane. So here we go to one more time. You had written in Hazza Al Husani, and away they go. You had lead, Hazza the chase as they make their way down the straight. You had a lovely initiation. Hazza took him right in there beside him now. Full throttle from you had. Look at that back wheel placed lovely on the wall. But Hazza is right there with him. Transitions through the smoke. Has to stomp on the brakes to avoid contact with the GT86 as we hear the screams of him as they pass through my tower. As we see now, Yuha on a wide line, and Hazza's right there with him. Snappy transition back. Buckeyes just dropping a wheel there at the second last clipping point, filling that outer zone door to door as they come around the last corner. Wow, brilliant run from both guys. Yuha with a lovely lead and Hazza with an incredible chase. Beautiful transition there from Hazza through the smoke and up on the door. Yuha written in. If we get down to the nitpicking here now, this is where guys start to drop a wheel here. We see Yuha maybe one, Hazza one as well. Then both guys lovely and wide through that zone, door to door there, all the way around. Absolute masterclass from two drivers here. Let's swap them around and send them again. Okay, we got Hazza in the lead, Yuha in the chase. This is it. The lights go green and away they go. Hazza is coming full tilt down. Oh my, how did he not take the front off Yuha's GT86 with that flick? But Yuha tucks in lovely. Hazza's very wide there now through that first zone as they're coming up now to the first transition for the inside clip. Oh, Yuha getting a small bit wrong. Ended up two inside on the track. Now a bit of proximity starting to form as Hazza is putting foot to floor, smoking Yuha into now of it. But Yuha has not been phased. He sticks to the qualifying line just as the judges asked him to do today. Oh, Hazza with a bit of an over rotation coming through the last outer zone as they come over the finish line. Wow. absolute mental battle from both guys. That flick at the start from Hazza was kamikaze, and it seemed like it worked out for him, but he did drop a wheel, maybe two, in that first zone, so it's going to be interesting to see. But then Juha dived through the smoke, ended up two on the inside of the track there. It's going to be the same as the last one, battling mistakes, and it could come down to who made the least or the littlest mistakes. So yet again, I would not want to be a judge here tonight in Oman. As we see both cars coming over the line, back through each other's smoke. It's just insane to watch on the replay. Absolutely unbelievable driving from Juha Rintanen and from my apologies, Hazza Al Husani. As my voice is starting to go towards the end here now, we only have 4 more battles left. Will it hold out? Two guys absolutely delighted. They know that was a crazy battle. They know that would have been insane to watch on the outside. So it's great to see a veteran of European drifting from Finland and a newcomer to UAE Middle East drifting has battling each other out here. You know, it's good to see different drivers driving with each other. It's exactly what we're trying to do here, the Oman International Drift Championship. Bring the best in the world to one place and let them just battle it out to see who is the best drifters in the world. Absolutely insane driving from everyone here tonight. The real winners here tonight are the fans. The drift fans won here tonight. These battles have just been absolutely insane. So we wait to see who gets the win. Will it be Juha? Will it be Hazza? Nervous way for both drivers. They've been here before. The judges are obviously deliberating this one again to see who will be going to the final 4 to battle Eggers in the semi-final. All the pressure is on the start line marshal. Everyone, all eyes are on him. Still deliberating, the judges are. It's not an easy decision. Sometimes the drift battles, easy decisions are just made, but judges are leaving us in anticipation as well as the drivers. We're all dying to know who wins. Come on, judges. I'm biting my nails here. Is it Hazza? Is it Juha? Only one can go to the final 4, and in my opinion both guys truly deserve to be there. They've drove unbelievable tonight, so it will be interesting to see what way this goes and who will be the last driver making it into the final 4 bracket. Still waiting here. Nervous way for everyone involved. You can see the pits are hanging on the fence behind. They want to know. Everyone want to know who gets the win here. Especially the two guys in the middle of the track in race suits. They're dying to know what they are. Okay, we have a graphic on the screen. Do we have a winner? And your winner is Juha Rintanen. And we see a big celebration with Juha there from Haza. Haza made a huge impression on everyone here tonight. I cannot wait to see him back next week for the second round of OIDC in that absolutely insane S14. But Juha Rintanen will join Egars Kroskis in the final four, and then on the other side of the bracket we got Clint Van Hout versus James Dean. One of these guys will be tonight's winner, but who? Only two more battles left. Juha will have to go straight away, get tyres changed, and we should be moving back to the start line where we'll have James Dean versus Clint Van Hout. Absolute predator Haza as he shoots flames the whole way out of the Oman Drift Arena in that absolutely insane S14. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I have been joined by head judge Mr. Kieran Hines. Kieran has just popped down. He says he just feels everyone deserves an explanation of that last battle, that insane battle between Haza and Juha. So I'm just going to pass you over to Kieran.
Okay, so in the briefing we explained to the lead car's line is obviously very important through these runs. And the one thing we did say that the lead car must fill the outer zone, the first outer zone, not leave it early. And the car must be mid-track as they come to the wall before they transition and into the inside clip. After watching replay from several angles, it's fairly evident that lead car actually came in way off. He wasn't on the middle of the track, he was actually close to the wall. He put Juha in a place where he had nowhere to transition, and when he did transition he felt on the inside and off two wheels off the inside of the track, which after that he caught a bit of understeer. But that was the main point of it. It was a very close battle apart from that, but that was the big mistake that the lead car made. In other words, he didn't give the chase as good a lead as the other guy did. So better run back up where I became.
Okay, there you have it. Kieran's going running because you can see our next battle's on the line. It's our final four. So yeah, just for everyone at home, it was just Haz's lead bringing Juha into the wrong place there was the only difference that could separate them over that battle. So absolutely, like, tiny little details, that's what it's come down to. So yeah, there you have it. Juha Rintanen moves on and he faces Egars in the semi-final. But in the other semi-final we have James Dean, top qualifier, and he is leading in Clint Van Hout. Clint qualified in fourth. Both guys absolutely buzzing to be at this stage of the competition. This is going to be an absolute battle from two good friends on the track. 2 thumbs up to the start line, Marshall. The lights go green and away they go. James to lead, Clint to chase. Clint knows James is fast, so he's going to have to commit right from the start. Look at the angle from James, but look at Clint throwing it absolutely backwards, sticking it on that S14.9 of James Dean as they transition. Now Clint makes a dive through the smoke. James putting foot to floor, trying to get some sort of proximity, which he does. Clint has to cut the track a small bit there now, but James is pulling a bit of a gap as we see James transition for the last time out wide. Clint unfortunately not having an answer for James Dean as they come over the finish line. Wow, I'm not sure what happened there, but that was just insane. Maybe Clint throwing on a bit too much angle at the start here, which allowed James just to get away and then gathering up more proximity throughout the lap. This transition through the smoke, absolutely amazing. And then James puts foot to floor from here. Clint just sits back and unfortunately watching James drive away, so it's going to be insane now when we swap these guys around and see what Clint can do and watch James Dean hopefully put a masterclass on in the chase position. Okay, so we have two cars on the line. We have Clint to lead, James to chase. A bit of separation there now. Clint could not stay too close to James in the first half of this battle. What can happen? Can Clint pull a gap? Will James be able to stick it on his door the whole way around? As we await two thumbs up from the drivers. I think they're just letting the smoke clear there. You can see down in the bottom corner, making sure the track is fully visible for all the drivers. Right, the tower gives a signal to the start line. Two thumbs up from the drivers. Lights go green and away they go. Clint to lead, James to chase. As we see Clint throwing it in hard, but look at James Dean right there with him. Clint Van Hout on a beautiful wide line through that first zone, but James is right there with him now as he transitions through the smoke, tucking in nice beside Clint as they come around now to outer zone 2. Clint on the front brakes, holding that car on the perfect line as they come out towards the wall. James is right there with him though. It's looking like Clint isn't able to shake off James as they transition for the last time. Look at Clint Van Hout's lead line though, absolutely putting it on, but James Dean's that close you could barely see him coming around the last corner. Wow, absolutely wow. Brilliant driving from both guys. Clint's lead line here is near perfect. Look at that, putting his wheel right on that white outer line, doing exactly as he's asked in the driver's briefings this morning. But he just didn't have the pace to shake off the machine that is James Dean. Absolute pinpoint accuracy again from Clint coming around there, but James will be the one to tell you that we can't have a good chase without a good lead. And there you have it, your winner is James Dean. So James will advance to the final and Clint will be back for the third and fourth playoff to get one more chance of fighting for that podium. But who will he go against in the third and fourth playoff? We're going to have to wait to see. It's either going to be the winner of Eggers or Juha, and that is going to be an absolute battle itself. Two guys who are killing it today. After going through it all one more times, Everton, Eggers, Krogers, Juha Rintanen. Let's get it going. I'm ready for this. I think this is going to be a very, very good battle. So we see Juha warming up the tyres of that GT86. That car's after having two hard battles there with Hazza, so what does it have left in it? Can it pull a gap on Eggers? Will Eggers be able to stick it on the door like he's done to everyone else tonight? This is going to be absolutely insane. I cannot wait to watch this.
السباق اليوم ولع. نشوف الحين الهيت الثاني في التوب فور between the two.
Okay, so we have two cars on the line. The traffic light is set. It goes green and away they go. It's Juha to lead, Eggers to chase. Juha coming down now. Big initiation, but look at Eggers. He is right there with him. Not as deep in outer zone 1 as Juha, but he does have the proximity as they come up to transition for the first time. Huge dive from Eggers. Does well not to make contact as they come through the only inner clip on this track, as we see Juha now putting the back wheel perfectly on the outer line out to the wall. This is a beautiful line from Juha Rintanen, as we see Eggers now doing absolutely anything he can to try and claw back into this, getting up right on Juha's door. That is a lovely finish to the run from both drivers. But look at this lead line from Juha Rintanen. Pinpoint accuracy coming through that first corner. What can Eggers do now when we switch him around? Will Juha be able to stick it on his door? Both guys have fought hard and both truly do deserve to be in that final, but unfortunately only one of them can make it. And who will it be? Who will join James Dean and who will find Clint Van Hout in the third? We've only one more half a battle to figure it out, or it could be a one more time. The judges are struggling to separate some of these guys tonight, and this could be no different. Okay, we have two cars on the line. We're just waiting from the signal from the tower. Thumbs up from Juha, thumbs up from Eggers. The light is set, it goes green, and away they go. Eggers to lead, Juha to chase. As they come down now, Eggers cutting right in there, throwing a nice wide initiation, but Juha is tucked in right beside that BMW as they come through the first zone. You see Eggers putting foot to floor now, trying to get a gap, but look at the dive from Juha Rintanen. He is not letting Eggers get away. Juha is sticking right on his door as they come through. Up to the first wall run, Eggers brings to the wall, so does Juha. Transitioning now for the last time, lining up for the last outer zone. Both cars door to door, coming around the last corner and over the line. Wow, Juha Rintanen definitely here to make a statement this season, but Eggers is absolutely killing it today. If anyone has blown me away, it is definitely him. He's just strength by strength each run, and I cannot wait to see what's going to come in the rest of this championship from him.
Let's wait, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see مين اللي بيكون الفائز معانا، مين اللي راح يحصل على فرصة منافس جيمس دين على اللقب والفوز بالمركز الأول في سباق الجولة.
We can see both guys celebrating in the car. Either way, they are happy with that. But we have a winner, and the winner is Juha Rintanen, which means Eggers Krogis is going to the third and fourth playoff to face off with Clint Van Hout. And Juha Rintanen is going to the final to face James Dean, two guys that would know each other very well. Two battles left, and they are going to be unbelievable. You can see the smile on Eggers' face. He's delighted to be at this stage of the competition. I'm sure he would have loved a final against James Dean at round one, but you'd always take a third and fourth playoff with Clint Van Hout any day. Clint and Eggers both have one chance to get that last step on the podium, going for third position. But yeah, our final is set. James Dean and Juha Rintanen. Two guys who've drove unbelievable all day long. barely putting a foot wrong, so it's going to be interesting to see who will take that top step tonight here in Oman. So we're just going to wait for Eggers just to change his tyres and make it out to the start line with Clint, and then we will be having our third and fourth place playoff.
أنا هنا أثبت نفسي، أنا هنا راح أشوف، راح أقدم عرض جميل. خلينا نشوف، خلينا نترقب وخلينا ننتظر جوها مع جيمس دين. أحمد، هل تعتقد أن جيمس دين سيخسر هذه البطولة؟ هل تعتقد أن جيمس دين سيترك الفرصة ليقول؟
So there you have it. 2 days adrift, and we started with 49. We have 2 guys for the final, and we have 2 guys for the third and fourth playoff. James Dean, Juha Rintanen, Clint Van Oot, and Eggers Krogers are our final 4. So that is Ireland, Finland, the Netherlands, and Latvia been represented here in the final 4 in Oman. But only one of them can take that top step, and it's going to be between James and Juha. And I'm telling you now, that is a final I am really looking forward to. Both guys have been killing it all day long, but so is Eggers and Clint. You know, they truly deserve that last step on the podium, both of them do. So I think no matter what happens, the real winners here are the Drift fans who tuned in tonight to watch this all around the world, live here in Muscat. It's been an incredible season opener. It's not done yet. We still got 2 more battles to go, so don't go anywhere. But this is just a taste. Can you imagine what's going to come next weekend when we send these guys out? Another new layout, let them go again, and then the following week we'll just have the last round. 3 rounds back to back to back. It's going to be insane.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد.
Bari no taia.
كل نهار جديد يبعث معه أملاً جديداً لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاماً من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we've got two cars on the line. Our third and fourth place playoff. It is Clint Van Hout versus Edgar's Krogers, and this is going to be insane. Both guys are going to be pedaling these cars, trying to get themselves on that last spot on the podium, shooting for third. Both of them have drove like absolute heroes all night, and this is it, the last battle from then. So we see Clint to lead, Eggers to chase. Clint is gone straight away, but Eggers is tucked right in there beside him now as we see Clint lovely and wide through that first zone. Eggers is right there with him as the transition back around now. Huge dive from Eggers towards the inner clip as we see Clint putting foot to floor, absolutely smoking Eggers over on that white line perfectly the whole way around, out to the wall from both drivers. It's a beautiful run, huge dive from Eggers. He knows Clint's an animal in the chase position, so he's got to make some big moves as they bring it to the wall and over the line. There we go, that is exactly what we tune in to watch tonight. Brilliant driving from both guys. Look at this from Eggers, just, no, I'm not letting you go anywhere, Clint, you're staying beside me, end of story. See this dive here now. Oh, he was going to make contact beside the Clint. Clint, look, front brakes lock, get that car out, exactly what he wants. Off the front brakes, full tilt then, but Eggers is right with him. Boom, huge transition. Straight up on the door of Clint. Oh, Clint is on an absolute beautiful lead line, so I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see how the judges score this, but before they score it, we want to swap them around and send them again. This time it's going to be Eggers to lead and Clint to chase.
After the position change, now we get to see Eggers as leading and Clint as chasing. The chase car will be Clint, the lead car will be Eggers.
Okay, so we have two cars on the line. Eggers to lead, Clint to chase. See Clint sitting back a small bit there, trying to get as much of a run in as possible, get as much speed into that first corner to commit and stick on Eggers' door all the way around. Clint wants that third step on the podium bad, but so does Eggers. Both guys were out here last year fighting for it, and they want a podium at round one this year to help get their championship campaign off to a great start. So yeah, we see thumbs up from Clint, thumbs up from Eggers. Light goes green and away they go. Eggers lead, Clint to chase. Oh, nearly contact on the run in there. Eggers getting really wide. Clint falling back a small bit. We see Clint now putting foot to floor, trying to reel Eggers in. So we see Eggers transitioning back. Absolutely lovely lead line. Clint Van Hout is going to have to pedal that S14 now to try and get back in the pocket and not be smoked out of it as they come up to the wall. Eggers doing absolutely anything they can, but look at the dive from Clint, throwing it right up on that BMW, saying one last corner, this is mine. So we see both cars coming over the line. Wow, Eggers full tilt, keeping it pinned over the finish line, doing a victory lap around the Muscat Drift Arena here. What a battle from both guys. Latvia and the Netherlands done proud by two absolute warriors out here at the Oman International Drift Championship. Okay, so we see both guys getting out of the car. Smiles all around, how could you not enjoy that one? Eggers and Clint, there's a big hug coming. I can see it, they loved it. The two of them are just delighted to be here at this stage of the competition. Good friends behind the scene and brilliant drivers. Drove like absolute bosses all day long, even yesterday, qualifying as well. Oh, I don't know. I do not know which way this one's going to go. Look at that, high fives and hugs. It doesn't matter who gets third set. Both of them guys are going to be happy out tonight. Absolute delighted. That's what we do it for. Drifting, it's the most Emotional roller coaster. That's all drifting is. It's an emotional roller coaster. You have your good days and your bad days, but I'm telling you now, these two guys had a good day today. So we see our marshals calling them over. So that means we are not going to get the result right now. We are going to wait, and we're going to get the result of this battle on the podium after the final. So that tells me the judges have a decision. There's no one more time. They've picked the winner. Look at this. The fans here in Oman having a time of their life. Bit of a Mexican wave going there. All the kids absolutely loving it. Can't wait to get into the pits and meet their new heroes after this competition, but they're going to have to wait until we finish out the small little business of the final. And when I say final, I mean a final. We got the machine, James Dean, returning James Dean, and he is up against a man he knows very well, Juha Rintanen. It is Ireland versus Finland. Two European veterans of drifting are about to go at it for the last time here tonight in Muscat, Oman, to see who is going to take that top step. Will it be James? Will it be Juha? I don't know. I don't think I can call this one. All I know is, yet again, the drift fans are going to be the real winners here, because this is going to be insane. James Dean the lead, Juha Rintanen in the chase. Here we go, the final. Watch both cars coming tearing down the straight. Maximum angle from the two of them. Juha right there with James. James on a perfect lead line. I don't know how the judges are going to separate them. Oh, Juha catching the cone on the inside there, maybe dropping one wheel. James getting a small bit of proximity, but Juha tucking right back in there. We can't even see them come up to the wall because of the smoke of their previous run through. James Dean now on a perfect lead line, but Juha Rintanen is still there. Absolutely insane driving from both guys. Give it up for James Dean and Juha Rintanen. Insane. That is exactly what we tune in to watch here. You can hear it by my reaction. The drift fans win tonight. It doesn't matter who wins, the drift fans win tonight, because from the get-go in the top 32, this has just been insane driving, and we got one more half a battle to go. We're going to swap them around. We're going to put Juha in the lead, and we're going to put James Dean in the chase position. Oh, I may settle down there for this one before I get really hyped up again. Okay, we got James on the line. Juha is in the lead. James in the chase. These guys have battled in many countries over the years. Let's see what happens tonight here in Moscow. As we see a dead focus, Juha Rintanen looking dead straight. A cool, calm, collective James Dean beside him. What's about to happen? Well, we don't have long to wait because the light is green, and here they go. The Muscat Arena is about to explode to this one, as we have Juha Rintanen leading and James Dean throwing it in for the final OIDC 2024 Season 6 Round 1. And look at this! An absolute masterclass from both drivers. The European drivers are putting it big tonight. Finland and Ireland been strongly represented in this final. Look at Juha, but James Dean is right there with him. Juha cannot shake off the machine. James nearly touching him, coming around the last corner. There we go. Oh, I wonder, does the judges have a decision on that one? That was absolutely insane. Look at the lead line from Juha, but look at the chase driving from James Dean. Absolutely insane. Pinpoint accuracy from both drivers. But watch this now. This last transition into the last corner. This is where James, like, in my opinion, nearly levels up. Look, nearly touching that car. with his front wheel the whole way around the last corner and out to the wall. So, woo! Our judges have one last hard decision to make before we head to the podium, but we will not rule out the chances of a one more time. That is still possible. So yeah, the question, oh no, it looks like they're lining up, so we possibly could have a decision. As we see James Dean reversing in, Juha Rintanen there. This is absolutely insane. We're lining them up in front of the stage, which tells me we are going to the podium. So we're going to bring out our final two cars, Eggers, Krogars and Clint Van Hout making their way out to line up as well. We're going to the podium, guys. Stick around. You do not want to miss this. I'm going to gather up my stuff, run out there, because just like ye, I need to know who won that one. My name is Mike Leeson. Thanks for joining me tonight. We will see you back here next Thursday and Friday, 15 and 16 of February for round 2. These guys are going at it again in 7 days' time. You do not want to miss this.
تعالوا شاركونا على المسرح ان شاء الله لحفل الختام واعلان الفائز معانا. إذا هذه دعوة للجماهير للتوجه إلى الحلبة. يسمح للجميع بالتوجه إلى داخل الحلبة لمتابعة حفل التتويج. يلا بالتوفيق للجميع إن شاء الله. ايش توقعاتك للجولة الأخيرة؟ صراحة أبدع جيمس وأبدع جوهر. الكل كان مركز على هدف واحد اللي هو المركز الأول. The focus was to be the first at the podium, not the second. يعني كان نجاح ممتاز جدا جدا من الاثنين. But let's wait and see. ننتظر رجل التحكيم يجيبون وبعدها لن يكون القرار سهلا حقيقة. المركز الأول ولكن لم يكن من الخطاب فقد به المتسابق ننتظر الكل يشاركونا. الجماهير موجودة. شاركنا على صندوق على المسرح بداخل. بدهم يشاركونا بس.
دقيقة شوي بس. تعال 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 يلا تعال هنا الموضوع. يلا يلا. We got all the results, ladies and gentlemen, so it's time for us to announce it. We're gonna start with the local, with the national, third, second, first, then we're gonna go to Mina, third, second, first, then we're gonna go to the international, the championships. وين رحت ادور عليك؟ خبيتنا زعلت. يلا نبدا بالتتويج. First, I would like to welcome our chief guest, Mr. أشرف بن حمد المعمري, the CEO of OK Group. يعطيك العافية. وأيضا العميد سالم بن علي بن خليفة المسكري, رئيس مجلس إدارة الجمعية العمانية للسيارات. Alright, let's go. We are ready to announce the winner. We'll start with the national. يلا category. National Championship. ايش راح الزاوية؟ ليش؟ National Championship في المركز الثالث third place طارق الشيهاني. Alright, second place goes to رياض المبسلي. And in the first place goes مين صاحب المركز الأول؟ المركز الأول سيداتي نساتي سادتي، صاحب المركز الأول والفائز معنا في بطولة OIDC first round Oman or the national category is خلي يخلص بعدين، خلص المبسلي بعدين بنفتح. صاحب المركز الأول هو في بطولة عمان للدرافت الجولة الأولى، في الجولة الأولى من بطولة عمان للدرافت صاحب المركز الأول أحمد العامري. عشت يا أحمد، عشت، يعطيك العافية. well done man. مبارك للأبطال، مبارك أمتع الأبطال وقدم الأبطال أداء جميلا حقيقيا يليق بهذا الجمهور، يليق بهذه البطولة. أبطال حقيقيين فعلا، أبطال يستحقوا المراكز الأولى في بطولة عمان للدرافت. توفيق إن شاء الله. all the best to أحمد العامري. He's the first place. رياض المبسلي on the second. طارق الشيهاني on the third place of the national category of Oman International Drift Championship. Take a group picture. Then we're gonna move actually to the MENA category. بطولة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا وأبطالها سيتم الإعلان عنهم خلال وقت قصير لنعرف من هم الأبطال ونبارك لأبطال بطولة عمان. يا أخي سمعوا لهم تحية كذا. بقى أبلوز يستاهل تحية. well done guys, well done. في المركز الثالث طارق الشيهاني، في المركز الثاني رياض المبسلي، وفي المركز الأول أحمد العامري. مبارك للأبطال والحمد لله على سلامة الجميع. شكرا جزيلا. نبدأ بتتويج أبطال بطولة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا مينا تشامبيونشيب.
والمركز الثالث the third place
المركز الثالث على بطولة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا للبطل أحمد دحام.
third place goes to أحمد دحام. Where is أحمد؟ أحمد يا أحمد وينك؟ أحمد يا أحمد. دحام يا دحام.
المركز الثاني في بطولة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا حصل عليه هزاع الحسني.
And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, the first place for MENA category on IDC 2024 first round. الفائز بالمركز الأول، تحية كبيرة. Let me hear, show me some love to the one and only أحمد العابري. Calling again أحمد دحام.
أحمد العامري صاحب المركز الأول في بطولة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا للدرافت، فوز مستحق، أداء جميل، كما حصل على المركز الأول في بطولة عمان الوطنية للدرافت. مبروك عليك اليوم التتويج بمركزين أوليين. العامري وعدت وأوفيت، وكما قلت في المؤتمر الصحفي قبل بداية الحدث سأنافس وسأحصل على المركز الأول. مبارك أحمد العامري.
هنا تحية لأحمد. استاذ تحية give him a applause. Well done guys, well done Ahmed. Let's go now to the next.
The international. مبروك. إن شاء الله. يلا.
Let's go. Now.
نبدأ بالمركز الرابع ولا؟
Now the international. رابع. دي ولا صادق؟ يعني تخرب.
يلا. صاحب المركز الثالث.
Third place, ladies and gentlemen, on OIDC 2024. This round is Edgar's. Well done, man. Well done. Edgar's Kruggers is here.
إدغارز في المركز الثالث على الفئة الدولية ضمن بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف. Congratulations Edgars, third place in the first round of Oman International Drifting Championship.
I guess we're gonna announce the winner now, first only, directly, then we're gonna go back to the second. What do you think?
Do you want to?
Do you prefer to announce the second or the first? First, directly? Let's go to the first then. The first and the winner. Ahmed, we prefer the first as well. Let's go. The winner.
The winner is
of this round, ladies and gentlemen.
صاحب المركز الأول على الفئة الدولية. The winner is starts with a G.
Okay.
James
Second place, ladies and gentlemen, is
John Matthews in the second place. Congratulations.
Those G's on the first and second.
Congratulations, James Dean in the first place. Johan second place. أبطال الفئة الدولية من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف. جيمس دين في المركز الأول. جوان ماتيوس في المركز الثاني وإدغارز في المركز الثالث. نسمع صوت الجمهور، نسمع تشجيع الأبطال.
Okay guys, let's give them a big round of applause to the winners. Come on, give them a big shout out, show some love. Well done, well done.
James Dean for the fourth time, the winner of the OIDC.
Okay, before that we're gonna take group pictures with all the judges and the team, the organizers. Yeah. Have there. Thank you everyone, thanks a lot for all the winners and congratulations actually to the winners. Thanks everyone who was part of this amazing race, the first round of OIDC 2024.
مبارك للجميع الأبطال، موعدنا يتجدد يوم الخميس القادم، إلى أن نلتقي، إلى اللقاء.
شكرا لحضوركم جماهيرنا الكرام، نشوفكم إن شاء الله موعدنا الأسبوع القادم بإذن الله تعالى. We'll see you next week. Signing off. تحياتي لكم سالم الرحبي وأحمد دعموس. شكرا.
جديد يبعث معه أملا جديدا لنرسم الرؤية ونصنع الإنجاز. كل نهار جديد يبعث أمجاد الأمس وطموح أمة تسابق الزمن بكل عزم وإصرار لأجل عمان اليوم غاية وهدف. منذ أكثر من 50 عاما من جيل إلى جيل لأجل عمان الغد.